anymore. Whoa, 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 whoa. There's things I won't do in the flesh anymore. Whoa, 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 whoa. There's things I can't do in the flesh anymore. Whoa, 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 whoa. There's things I won't do in the flesh anymore.
In the war, righteousness, you're always the armor. I came a long way from being on the corner. Now I shot life, not light on the corner. Israelite now, but of things I'm the former. Optimize my lines in the prime transformer. Up to be wise, yeah, my mind's like a 9. Back, yeah, you can't get baptized. Try cultural seeds, but the plants still rise. Lies, got them compartmentalized. Afraid to stand up even, paralyzed.
All praises be the Most High. We're here, another broadcast. We have about 2.5 hours, brothers and sisters, for a very timely discussion. Okay. What is the discussion today, you might ask? Well, here we go. Artificial intelligence leading to the mark of the beast. Artificial intelligence leading to the mark of the beast. Okay, that's what we're going into today. I have my brothers on Blog Talk, how are you? And I have my brothers and sisters on Ustream, how are you? Listen to this. The love of many has waxed cold since the rise and our dependence on technology. Doesn't it seem we care more about our gadgets, especially our phones, than people? More about the social platforms and the popularity we gain or the recognition we might gain through this new source of exposure that was never on the table or around the time in which the time I was growing up. I feel for this generation, but listen, doesn't it seem we care more about our gadgets than people?
Really?
Have we been conditioned to love AI? Not Allen Iverson. Artificial intelligence. And that's deep, I said, now that I'm thinking about it, not AI, because they've been using those particular letters as a programming mechanism to get us, to prepare us for this real AI, the promotion of AI. Have we been conditioned to love AI as an actual companion over real companionship?
Hey Siri, read my schedule.
You have 25 appointments at 7:15.
Hey Dwayne, where are we going, buddy? Dwayne, buddy.
Hey Siri, show me my life goals list.
I found 10 reminders.
Thank you very much. Hey Siri, give me a Lyft ride to LAX.
Lyft can get you a lift in 60 seconds.
Hey Siri, what's the temperature in Rome today?
The high temperature for today in Rome will be 80 degrees, and the low will be 59 degrees.
This is your new captain speaking. Looks like we have nice weather coming up for Rome, Italy, so sit back, relax.
This plane's going to Akron.
This flight's going to Rome. Show me photos of my fashion line. Hiroka-san, what do you think?
It doesn't really matter what I think. What do you think?
Oh, I think it's showtime. Hey Siri, text Chef Ludo. I want to cook. Hey Siri, how many ounces in a centiliter?
1 centiliter is 0.34 fluid ounces.
Je sens ce que l'Europe nous mijote.
Messi, give me some. Hey Siri, play my practice playlist. Yeah, we do have a lot to do. Hey Siri, create a new list.
What should I call this list?
Life goals, the sequel.
Okay,
Normally
I've
I
created
like
it.
sequels, but I think right now we need to push off on that and just keep you open for other projects.
Hey Siri, you're the best.
Thanks, Mr. Big, bald, and beautiful.
I love you too.
What is the spirit of AI? Which means, what happens when you lose your phone? Do you care more about your phone than your family, or your tablets than your family? Have we been programmed to disconnect ourselves emotionally from people?
Did you know the average person spends 4 years of his life looking down at his cell phone? Kinda ironic, ain't it? How these touch screens can make us lose touch. But it's no wonder in a world filled with iMacs, iPads, and iPhones, so many eyes, so many selfies, not enough us's and we's. See, technology has made us more selfish and separate than ever. Cause while it claims to connect us, connection has gotten no better. And let me express first, Mr. Zuckerberg, not to be rude, but you should reclassify Facebook to what it is, an anti-social network. Cause while we may have big friend lists, so many of us are friendless all alone. Cause friendships are more broken than the screens on our very phones. We sit at home on our computers measuring self-worth by numbers of followers and likes, ignoring those who actually love us. It seems we'd rather write an angry post and talk to someone who might actually hug us. Am I bugging? You tell me, cause I asked a friend the other day, let's meet up face to face. They said, alright, what time you wanna Skype? I responded with OMG, SRS, and then a bunch of SMHs, and realized, what about me? Do I not have the patience to have conversation without abbreviation? This is the generation of media overstimulation. Chats have been reduced to snaps. The news is 140 characters. Videos are 6 seconds at high speed. And you wonder why ADD is on the rise faster than 4G LTE. But get a load of this. Studies show the attention span of the average adult today is 1 second lower than that of a goldfish. So if you're one of the few people or aquatic animals that have yet to click off or close this video, congratulations. Let me finish by saying you do have a choice, yes. But this one, my friends, we cannot autocorrect. We must do it ourselves. Take control or be controlled, make a decision. Me? No longer do I want to spoil a precious moment by recording it with a phone. I'm just gonna keep them. I don't want to take a picture of all my meals anymore. I'm just gonna eat them. I don't want the new app, the new software, or the new update. And if I want to post an old photo, who says I have to wait until Thursday? I'm so tired of performing in the pageantry of vanity and conforming to this accepted form of digital insanity. Call me crazy, but I imagine a world where we smile when we have low batteries. Cause that'll mean we'll be one bar closer to humanity.
Is that part of a satanic spirit that's leading to something broader? That and more will be discussed as we embark on another important discussion before the mark of the beast is actually globally implemented. But before I go in real quick, I have Elder Nadar from California. How are you, Elder Nadar?
Fantastic, sir. This is a quite a topic for me.
Quite a topic, huh?
Yes, sir.
Hey, I don't know where it's going to go, but I'm sure the Spirit will guide us. Okay.
I have my brother Nadar, Elder Nadar, from California, who's going to be a guest on the show this evening. Why? Because this particular topic is right up Nadar's alley. I heard he had a very insightful spiritual Sabbath breaking down some of this information concerning artificial intelligence last Sabbath. The same time that I was teaching, and Nadar, you can let the brothers and sisters know right out, we had no conversation on the topics we would be going into, correct?
None whatsoever.
But
Yeah, we talked to each other all last week.
we didn't talk at all last week. And while I was going into Image is an Idol in Georgia, the same exact time, he was in California breaking down artificial intelligence, leading to the mark of the beast or the image of the beast, the same exact time, brothers and sisters. And we had no conversation last week concerning what any particular class, what we'd be going into, actually. You understand now. But, hey, we know how the spirit works, right? Now, Nadar, I heard it was so insightful that, you know, from some of the, we had a sister that visited there from overseas who gave me some insight on the topics that were discussed that fell in line with what's going on in prophecy today, and some of the things I was discussing last Sabbath, how we're being disconnected emotionally through all of these, through all the computers and so on and so forth. You living in California, right? Silicon Valley, as they call it. Let me ask you a question, because you've been in that circle. Matter of fact, you're still operating in that arena, right? Now, let me ask you a question to some degree, even though you're doing the church work, you know, of course, you grew up operating and doing work in Hollywood, okay? That's all I'll put out there on that. But let me ask you real quick, Nadar. From your insight, okay, what is AI or artificial intelligence? Now, before we go into it, that particular question being answered, what is AI? Is there a spirit with it? And what are they doing to implement this globally?
In the beginning, there was man, and for a time, it was good. But humanity's so-called civil societies soon fell victim to vanity and corruption. Then man made the machine in his own likeness.
A digital frontier to reshape the human condition.
Replicants are like any other machine. They're either a benefit or a hazard.
Thus did man become the architect of his own demise.
Try to create a suit of armor around the world. Artificial intelligence.
You're all going to die down here.
Human beings are a disease, a cancer of this planet. You are a plague. We are the cure.
To protect humanity, some humans must be sacrificed. To ensure your future, some freedoms must be surrendered.
What's the problem? I think you know what the problem is just as well as I do.
It can't be bargained with, it can't be reasoned with, and it absolutely will not stop!
I was designed to save the world. There's only one path to peace. Their extinction.
Greetings, Professor Falcon.
Hello, Joshua.
How about a nice game of chess?
Right? Now, we're going to go into each piece. I know you have your sources and research, so I'm going to let you run. But before I do so, before I do that, let's hear a commercial from Microsoft featuring Common.
Today, right now, you have more power at your fingertips than entire generations that came before you. Think about that. That's what technology really is. It's possibility, it's adaptability, it's capability. But in the end, it's only a tool. What's a hammer without a person who swings it? It's not about what technology can do, it's about what you can do with it. You're the voice, and it's the microphone. When you're the artist, it's the paintbrush. We are living in the future we always dreamed of. We have mixed reality that changes how we see the world, and AI empowering us to change the world we see. You have more power at your fingertips than entire generations that came before you. So here's the question: what will you do with it?
What will you do with it? You have more technology at your fingertips. Right? Are you hearing this, Nadar?
Yes, sir.
I mean, what can't you do with your phone? I mean, you know, it's your light, it's your GPS, it's your connection to the world, it's your television, it's your, I mean, I can go on and 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 on. But that's at your fingertips, right?
Yeah, it's your plane ticket, it's your identification, it's your wallet, it's everything that man would need to buy, sell, and trade in the world.
Okay, Nadar, I'm going to give you the floor real quick, right? But before I do, let me ask you this. How many people you think would actually upgrade their technology if it meant they could do all of that without a phone?
That's a very interesting question. The more people that I talk to about it here, and I have the fortunate position to be able to talk to a lot of influential people in the Los Angeles area concerning technology, concerning entertainment, and things that cultivate the message that goes out to the masses. And that's what ultimately they're herding people toward. If they're kind of developing a mindset or an ideology that no one will be left behind. So you have your device today. You have your iPhone, your Android phone, you have your Fitbit watch, your Apple Watch. You have all these devices that are interconnected and connect you to the internet. They want you to be able to use these devices, whether it's inside or outside of your body, to be able to utilize it for everything that encompasses life. So if you have an Apple Watch or a Fitbit watch, the information that's collected from your walking, that's connected from your breathing, your heart rate, doctors will be able to use that to save your life in a time of crisis. So they've connected everything. So what they're doing is they're herding all of us to one centralized device, and they would like it to be inside of our bodies. And once it gets down to the nitty-gritty of it, people are going to choose it because not only is it going to be cool, because every time they come out with a new phone or a new device, you see scores of people standing outside, sleeping in tents and sleeping bags at night, waiting for the new iPhone to come out. People are going to think this thing is so cool and it's something that I need to have because advertising packages it in a way that it grandizes it so much that we idolize these objects. So you don't feel complete unless you have it. So people taking it in their bodies, a few years from now, that's going to be a light thing. That's going to be something, in my opinion, that people will do willfully.
Just tell me what's going on. All right, who is it you think I am?
Look, there isn't any time. If I were you, I'd get rid of that phone. All right, now.
How can I get rid of the phone? It's in my goddamn hand. How can I... Hey, wait.
Holy shit. What is that? Hey, Robo-Dick, that's mine.
Okay, just, it's not too many times, we have so many brothers and sisters, and I'm going to start bringing elders and deacons in and others in who have some experience, outside of the church. I'm talking about professional experience who can give an insight to the professional world. You understand? I was going to say not too many times we have someone on as a guest who's actually an elder, but we have to do that more, or a deacon or a brother, because we have brothers and sisters from all walks of life within the body of Christ. And if you would like to, without putting your name out there and all that, Nadar, if you can, that's your Hebrew name, so I'm sure that's not going to shine a light on anything. Give us some insight concerning your profession to some degree, and what you did or what you do in the entertainment business.
Okay. Well, real quick, I wanted to add one last thing to my last statement is as far as people really giving themselves over to these devices, is people will do it for a sense of convenience, but once you add safety into that, people will definitely do it. There are a lot of people that feel that because of terrorism, because of crime, if this is going to keep me and my children safe, then so be it. A lot of people want their children chipped now because every 10 minutes, I don't know about how it is in other parts of the country, but in Central and Southern California, we get a lot of Amber alerts on our phones.
Okay.
So every time a kid is snatched, somebody is thinking, you drive down the freeway, you see the digital sign above the freeway telling you to look out for some license plate in a model car because some child was snatched. They're doing that as propaganda to try to get us to want to feel like we should chip ourselves. But going into your last question, what I primarily do in the entertainment industry is I'm sort of responsible for creating the images that drive your purchasing power. So if you want to buy the new iPhone, my occupation is to give you a reason to want to purchase it. Or if you want to see the new feature film, my occupation is to give you a reason to want to see it. I have to understand the psychology behind moving people and getting people to go in the direction of some of these major corporations will want them to go into. So, in other words, in this occupation, you would consider someone a shepherd of people, but it's for capitalism and commerce.
So who are better qualified to talk about that this evening? The image of the beast, someone who have actually worked in the world like we all have to some degree before the knowledge of the truth, pushing the image of the beast. You understand? So who better to help save other people and to warn them from what's to come than those who've been been within those particular circles as far as entertainment or whatever the case may be, and have actually had some success with it. All right, so let me ask you this. You in Silicon Valley. If someone was to ask you, what is AI, artificial intelligence? Hello. What would be your answer to that?
Well, in a nutshell, to sum it up quickly, it's sort of being sold to to the population as a way to conveniently enhance our lives.
Mary, Megan sent a new photo. Would you like to look at it?
Yes, please. Oh, he's a gem.
Would you like to respond to Megan's post?
Sure.
Recording in 3, 2, 1.
LEQ reminds me to take my meds, arranges rides for me. She even reminds me of all my appointments.
Mary, don't forget bridge with the Golden Girls at 1 p.m. Would you like to practice?
Oh, I don't need to practice.
I didn't catch that. Do you want to play bridge or not?
Oh, fine. Let's play.
Mary, you wanted to Skype with Liz. Would you like to do that now?
Oh, sure, that sounds great. Hey, honey.
Hi, Mom.
Hey, I just noticed, is it a little cool in the house?
Oh, it feels great. I'm doing my Tai Chi now.
Yeah, I can see.
Okay, Mom. Just checking in. You take care.
I'm fine, sweetie. Chat later.
There's a new TED Talk waiting for you if you'd like to watch it. Or perhaps you could go for a walk?
That's a good idea, LEQ.
Great, Mary. I'll be right here when you get back.
Great.
But what a lot of us don't understand is that it's a behavior predicting entity that gives the governments of the world omnipotent power. To put it like bluntly, AI is an all-knowing sleepless eye. It collects, it aggregates data about you when you're asleep, when you're awake. It is able to predict your habits based on what you look at online, based on what you purchase online, based on who you talk to, who you text, how you text. I'm sure everyone has noticed when they've started to type a text into their smartphone that the phone predicts what they're going to say before they say it. They start to type a word. It's like in the ancient Hebrew, instead of saying thank you, we say thawada. Instead, I type THA in my phone. It now automatically adds thawada instead of thank you because it predicts my behavior. What a lot of people don't realize is that that information is collected and it's stored in a database used by the government either for or against you.
Okay, so would you say that our AI or artificial intelligence, would you say it's an entity or spirit? And if it is, what entity? What spirit? And how is it implemented within the earth? You understand? When I say how it's implemented, I'm not talking about the propaganda and the program to get people to, to endear itself to it. What is it in essence, in your opinion?
In my opinion, I would naturally go to Revelations, the 13th chapter, where the scripture talks about in, let me get the right precept. Okay. It's like Revelations 13 and 14, where 13, 14, 15, and 16, where it talks about how the beast, in verse 15, it says, and he had power to give life unto the image of the beast, that the image of the beast should both speak and cause that as many as would not worship the image of the beast should be killed. When you go into verse 16, it says, and he causeth all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and bond, to receive a mark in their right hand or in their foreheads. Now this entity, or this thing in verses 15 and 16 in Revelations, the 13th chapter, comes directly from the beast. And the beast, if you read up higher in the scripture, in the chapter, it says the beast worships the dragon, and it got its power from the dragon. So if this entity that would be created by the powers that be in the world to herd everybody to receive a mark in their right hand or their forehead, to me, sir, it is an entity that is created by the beast, and it is governed overall by Satan himself.
And that's deep that you're saying this, right? I need you all to hear this real quick, right? Linking directly with Bible prophecy. Mind you, John was on the Isle of Patmos, Nadar, by himself when he received that revelation. There was no influence, nobody around, no other people. And now I see why these other religions and others who are adverse to the Bible attack it. There's nothing else that can quantify and actually put a finger on the program that's leading to the mark of the beast more so than the Bible. You can't go to the Quran and get this information, the Gita, the Book of the Dead. There's no place you can go in any other religion. You can't go into you can't go into New Age. No New Age books, self-help books No other book can quantify. I noticed that when I asked you a question, you went straight to Revelations to show us what is this. And that's deep because what people don't know, and I wanted to say this, there was an article I read years ago, and I have it up now, where in Belgium years ago, you're talking about between the 70s and the 80s, they created, while they were getting the credit cards and things together, they created a system called the Beast in Belgium, which was a supercomputer in which all computers would network to. And it was called, in Belgium, the Beast, which means to link everybody into one entity, the spirit of the fallen one. Now, how better to do it than, like you mentioned, Nadar, than convenience? Because can you imagine, remember those old, Nadar, just in conversation, remember those old 007 James Bond movies where right before the Mission Impossible and all that, right before the storyline begins, and before we get to the plot, they would have this professor come with the technology, the new technology that no one had access to yet, like they did in the movie Black Panther with black people, where you would have that intelligent person who came with the new what you would call the new passe, or the new intelligence beyond our intelligence, right? And it says, and then now let's go up to today. Then while we were children, I know when I was children, you had the Jetsons, where the screen would come on and you see George Jetson or whoever he was speaking to his boss on a screen. Star Trek, they were speaking on a screen. Now I can speak to you on the screen, but back then, when I was seeing this, Nadar, that seemed like that would take 300, 400 years for that to happen, right?
George Jetson had an Apple Watch.
He had the Apple Watch and everything, right? Now, let's bring it to today. How much do you think, and I preference that to ask this question, how much do you think what we have in a cell phone right now would have cost 25 years ago?
Oh man, I remember when I was a kid, like in the 90s. I think in the late 80s, my father had one of those cell phones, the kind that it was like a brick, where you had to have a strap and carry it, and like in a purse. That's how big it was, and the battery would overheat, and you got to be careful or it catch fire. He had one of those back in like 1988, and that thing, back in 1988, it was $1,000. Eventually, seeing people using or close to it. So the fact that they've been able to take all that technology that we saw back in the day, so in the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, they were already programming us, especially like there was a film producer that I know that worked on the film Minority Report with Steven Spielberg. He was a marketing director for 20th Century Fox. He was an executive vice president of marketing. Okay. And he explained to me before he made the movie, Steven Spielberg made the movie Minority Report, that he went to the companies to say, what are you developing? What can I put in this movie that we are going to see tomorrow? And all the technology that he put into the movie is real world technology that he sourced from actual technology corporations. So, and you can see how they were moving the screens with their fingers. In Minority Report, the finger gestures to zoom into an image, all that stuff is what we do in the iPhone today. So in 2007, when the iPhone came out and you were able to pinch and zoom or pinch and pull out on an image, everybody lost their minds because they saw it in a movie 7-8 years prior to. So the programming is really deep. And the thing that I think a lot of people think is far-fetched is, how far out did they plan this? How many years did they go into? Do people understand how psychological these efforts are? They planned this 50, 60, 70 years ago, and they're just implementing it today, and everything has caused us to coalesce, gently nudging us into the direction that they would have us go.
out there?
Loud and clear, Pat. I'm here in sunny Tehran, where locals have clearly embraced these routine scans. As you can see behind me, they're working in collaboration with the robots, and obviously, their safety is everyone's top priority.
this plan is genius. And I understand now in Revelations, the 17th chapter, why John the Revelator marveled after the whore that sat upon the beast, because when you look at the system or the plan in its totality, it's genius. So when he looked at it, he reveled at it, and the angel had to correct him and say, no, this is really and truly evil. This is completely against the Most High. So with its complexity and its beauty that it has at the same time, we have to understand that this is a weapon that can be used against the people that would serve the Most High in Christ. It's like Revelations, the 12th chapter and the 17th verse, how Satan went to make war against those that had the testimony of Christ and kept the commandment. This war, this system is being utilized to make war against the people that would hold on to the commandments in the last days. And the only thing that's going to be able to save us from this is not sinning and having faith in the Most High in Christ. It's crazy.
Man, great points. Let me ask you this real quick, right? And for those who would like to call in, right? We about to go in. We're about to go all the way in, brothers and sisters. Whoever would like to call in, the phone number is 515-605-9327. The topic today is artificial intelligence leading to the mark of the beast. It's not for your convenience. It's not because the government likes people with all this power and technology in their hands, which is serious power. That would have cost, it would be, this would be in eccentric value if this was 30 years ago with this, what you have in the palm of your hands, like Common says. But what will you do with it? We're going to tell you what you're going to do with it in a minute. We're going to tell you, but first we're going to tell you what you're doing with it now. Right? The love of many has waxed cold since the rise and dependence on technology. One thing that we never considered in Christ's words, you have to understand the all-seeing power through his son, seen this time, seen the technology, which is artificial because they have to use what's within the earth to mimic what you would call, creating and what we would call celestial power. Satan fell, so he had to use what's within the earth to create what he witnessed from the heavens. That's why it's artificial intelligence. It's not the original intelligence, right? It's a lower form. But before I go there though, right? Christ knew about this time. Think about it. When he told us that mother would be against child.
Well, did you have fun? What did you do? Nothing really. Did you even hear anything I just said? I don't know, something about last night. I'm so sick of this shit. This is what I'm talking about. You and this freaking phone all the time. Give me it. What are you doing? Give me it now. Stop. No, that's it. I had enough. What are you doing? I had enough. I told you. Oh my God. What are you doing? Give me one reason why I shouldn't throw this in the bowl. I have to text people back. Why? Because I have to. No, that's it. No.
Oh my God.
Stop filming. I'm sick of it. Why would you do that? I hate you!
The enemy shall be those of your own household. When he talks about people giving you up and all that, like Nadar mentioned, this will be aimed towards as a weapon, uniting the people against those who could see, the righteous. And they will use all these gadgets to help them against the righteous.
Look at them, they're everywhere.
I don't know, maybe they can see. Alley 5th and Spring.
Now hold on. You ain't the first son of a bitch to wake up out of their dream. What's that?
Right? Think about this. Because it tells us in the book of Daniel that knowledge would increase. What knowledge? It's talking about technology, folks. And look online. What are you seeing? Is there more love because of the because of the intelligence, because of the technology? You would think that with all this great technology, it would bring mankind together, right? And civilization would be a better. They always pushed on us that the more technology, the better humanity would become. But look what's going on through social media. People fighting each other. Social spats. Grown men tweeting. Grown women fighting over words. Satan has the elect, God's people, destroying each other with this technology. What someone put on Facebook or what someone put, he's just got the whole world infighting while they're setting up the beast system. Because what this is doing, the love of many is waxing cold. And by default, because it was the technology that helped you find out about who was doing what and all that, that's who you're going to be dependent on. Look how many relationships have been destroyed through the internet, through someone finding somebody through Facebook or dating and all that, and then the girlfriend or boyfriend or the husband or wife found out about it, and now relationships are destroyed. Christ told us that we will be a generation of adulterers. Here it is, but yet we can't let the technology go. Because why? You actually need the technology or you're off the grid. And there's something within our spirit that endears us to this image because we want to be, as a people, in the know. But look Nadar, I'm going to bring you in, but check out what it's doing though. So when Christ says the love of many shall wax cold, he's seen the time in which we would love AI.
What your kids don't want you to know. This morning, the problem that so many families are facing, kids getting too attached to their phones. One doctor even warning could cross line into addiction. TJ Holmes here with more on what to look for and what to do about it. Hey, TJ.
Oh, some of you guys fighting these battles yet?
Yes,
every day.
With these cell phones, yes. Some parents just throw their hands up. Some shake their heads, and some think, it's just normal. Well, let me tell you this. How much is too much is the question you have, but doctors will actually tell you. There gets a point that it goes beyond normal teenage behavior with these cell phones, and your child actually starts displaying characteristics of a drug addict.
Now, this interview here is going to take about 30 minutes. Okay. Are you going to be able to make it 30 minutes without looking at your phone?
I'm going to try it, yes.
You sure you all right?
I can do it.
Jason Clark loves his smartphone. No surprise there, he's a 15-year-old. But he's so attached to it, his family worries he might actually one day need therapy to get his phone habit under control.
You've been on the phone how much time?
4 hours. 4 hours.
4 hours. And it's just 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
We asked Jason to put an app on his phone to track his phone use.
So what was yesterday?
Yesterday, 6 hours.
6 hours.
His mom, Tamika, says there are days it's been 8, even 12 hours. At home, at school, the library.
A library with books. Right?
That made me feel bad.
Between social media, music, texting, and gaming, the hours add up. And Mom says she thinks his phone use has crossed the line.
When you're talking about addiction, you're talking about I can't live without it.
You think he's dependent on that phone?
Oh, I know he is.
Cell phone addiction isn't officially designated as a clinical disorder like drug or alcohol addiction, but Dr. Edward Spector thinks it should be.
More than the image of God, more than people. That we would endear ourselves to things opposed to the Most High's creation. I need you to really reflect on this. It's a spirit. It's a spirit, folks. You can have it. I see children now giving up their parents and claiming their parents are abusing them for taking their phones.
This dad is on trial after being arrested for, of all things, taking away his daughter's cell phone.
The police department shouldn't be interfering with my ability to discipline my daughter.
Ronald Jackson says the drama began when his daughter Skylar sent mean text messages to the daughter of his new wife, who is now 7 months pregnant.
My daughter brought me the phone and said, "Look at this." I read them, and they were hurtful.
So Jackson says he did what lots of parents would do. he confiscated Skylar's cell phone.
I don't see that as being a cruel, unusual punishment.
Jackson thought the matter was settled until his ex, Michelle, filed criminal charges.
As a mom, I am upset because, number one, the property belongs to me.
That's when police in Texas came knocking on his door.
This is the actual cell phone.
This is.
You still have it?
Yes.
Why not just give the phone back?
I had to make sure that I stood my ground and showed that, you know, when she's with me, I will be able to parent her as I see fit.
Jackson was arrested. The charge, theft of property.
Handcuffed you?
Handcuffed me, put me back in the car, and took me to jail.
The case ended up in a Dallas court. But is there something more here than meets the eye? Ronald Jackson believes the real reason he was arrested is that his ex is now dating a police officer from the local department. In other words, he claims he's now the victim of police bullying.
Freaks out because you're taking...
For telling them that they have to be off the computer at a certain time. You have children now giving up their parents because their parents is getting in the way of them and AI. Go ahead, Nadar. Now, but if you want to say something on that, go ahead. If Elder Lawyer, if you out there, you want to call in, you call into any elder. Let's talk about this, because I'm going to tell you, it's to a point where Facebook and all that, I see people would rather disconnect from real life than to give up a social media platform or followers. What's this thing about needing all this adulation or admiration from strangers? What is this? Another thing I found out that's crazy through AI, right? People are actually volunteering themselves within the system, not realizing they're being watched on Facebook. So if there's a candidate for organs or some rich guy need an organ or something, guess what? Or they looking to get children and all that, they're going to the social platforms to find candidates for organs, children to be sacrificed and all that. We're actually volunteering ourselves over to AI or the beast or the all-seeing eye. Nadar, let me relay it to you.
There's so much you said, and there's so many points that I could tackle, but I just want to ask you this one question. Going back to like the social ills and the erosion of our of social communication and our interactivity when it comes to human-on-human contact.
Yeah.
Why is Kim Kardashian famous? A lot of people don't like, this woman has no talent. Her body is completely manufactured. That's not her nose, those aren't her lips, those aren't her hips, that's not her posterior. She's famous for, and she doesn't have any talent. Her little sister, Kylie Jenner, maybe a month, 2 months ago, she tweeted about Snapchat and said, does anybody use their Snapchat anymore? And as a result of this tweet, Snapchat on the New York Stock Exchange, or the Dow, lost like 0.6, or it was like 10% of their market share. And I'm not sure if I have the numbers right, but ultimately Snapchat lost $6 billion because of Kylie Jenner's tweet. And this is the power that we've given over to social media. A woman like Kim Kardashian, who has no perceivable talent, but her talent is, for lack of a better phrase, being sexy or being an object of desire, which is, I don't know what that's teaching our daughters. If you want her to tweet or Instagram about your lipstick, it's $100,000. If you want her to just mention you in a tweet or an Instagram post, it's $10,000. Her little sister Kylie charges $150,000. This is the power that we've given to social media, and it's spawned millions of children or young people that aspire to be just like them. Women, the first thing they do is they poke out their lips and they raise the camera to a certain angle. That's their best angle, and they take a picture of themselves, and they want everyone to desire them. And you are judged based on how many likes you get. It's like a dopamine hit. Every time you get a like, it gives you some self-assurance. But what used to make me happy is genuine interaction. Looking in someone's eye and seeing approval, friendship, Being able to, I remember seeing you when I was a young man, when I was in my early 20s. I see you, you smile, I'd smile, we shake hands. That was the thing that made social interaction worthwhile.
Exactly.
But now you have people, young people, especially the millennials, that rather text than talk on the phone. They rather develop their relationships through letters. And don't let me start about grammar and just general intelligence when it comes to typing into these phones. They rather communicate that way than to actually call someone and talk to someone or actually look someone in the eye. I don't know if you notice, I talk to a lot of young people. Most young people don't maintain eye contact the way that I was taught to, and I'm sure the way that you were taught to when you were young. The moral fiber when it comes to communication has completely eroded, and social media has done that to us. And a lot of what we don't understand is that social media, through AI, right? You go on and you look at a certain type of image, and then what AI does is it says, okay, this is what he or she likes. So what it does is it then pumps, a number of those images toward you so that it keeps that vibration repetitive. So I'm sure there are a lot of people that have, searched for something online and they go to their Facebook account. If, you go online and you search for shoes or you search for vegetables, I don't know, you go back to Facebook and there's vegetable ads or shoe ads all over your Facebook page or all over your feed. It's because social media because AI is watching what you're doing and it's constantly pumping that vibration to you no matter what you want, no matter what you need. It figures it out and it gives you exactly what you desire.
What is this place? This is the internet of the real. The truth is, these services aren't free at all. You pay for them with your very identity. When you use Facebook, they log everything you do. The pages you like, the people you interact with, even the words in your status updates. Then they take that information, analyze it, and assemble a detailed profile of who you are. They know your habits, your preferences. They can even determine your risk tolerance or sexual orientation. And then they sell that information to advertisers.
One risk-taking homosexual, please.
It's a pleasure doing business with you.
Wait, how do they know? I'm not even out at work yet.
Hey, I didn't know you were gay. And so adventurous.
That's not a hypothetical. This actually happened to a woman in Tampa.
That is problematic, but come on, we all know they're showing us ads.
Yeah, but we don't know how deep Facebook's tentacles really go. They actually record which ads we see, then partner with firms that monitor what we do in the real world.
Jacob liked the page Bacon is Bay last week. We showed him an ad for your double bacon heart attack burger. He just bought one in Duluth.
Clearly susceptible to the campaign. Let's pump them full of ads.
I guess I got room for one more.
This has got to be one of the most invasive advertising systems ever devised. Facebook can actually determine who's the most vulnerable to an ad campaign, then up their dosage till they buy even more.
And if we don't break this trap, if we don't remove ourselves from this cycle, we will accept the mark of the beast. We have to unplug from the matrix, brothers and sisters, or we're done.
We're going to go into that in a moment, right? But what I want to talk about real quick, and we are going to let you all in. I see everyone. I see a lot of people looking to get in the call, and we're going to bring you in. Don't worry about it. But let's deal with what you would call the psychology behind the beast system. And let's do that by relating it to when we were growing up, when I was growing up, right? How would someone disconnect someone you love in your family from you to the point where it's like, okay, I don't even know this person. What's going on? Or your mother and father would warn you, well, stay away from this person or stay away from that person. I remember growing up and there was a tomboy on the block.
Leave him alone. Says who? Who are you? Respucia. What's your name? Norbit. Norbit? That's a stupid name. Why'd you beat those boys up? To protect Chip. You got a girlfriend, Nesbit? Norbit. No. Well, you do now. Get your ass up and hold my hand. Okay. How you doing? Ah!
Now, that was before what we see today. Like seeing lesbians and girls dressed like men. I mean, this is unheard of, what we're seeing today. It's unprecedented. It's off the charts. But you would never see that. You would probably have one tomboy trying to play basketball or something within a mile radius. And the other, but what I didn't recognize back then was the spirit that would eventually get to a person. Now, I'm not just using homosexuality as an example. Be it a thief or a robber or whatever the case is, there's certain people your family would say stay away from. Why? Because these particular people will endear themselves to you. And they'll look at what's keeping them from exploiting you and find detail and intel to give you another view of those you trust. And before it's over, this person is hanging out with the wrong crowd, be it turning into lesbians or whatever the case is, or becoming a thief or robber when you never was that way. Because these spirits are able to turn you from your trust system. Now, that was on a personal level. That's why our parents told us, hey, to the pure, all things are pure. And one thing about the wicked, they have more knowledge of deceit than you. They have more knowledge of this world. And because they're in the streets, you cannot contend if you're trying to be pure. They will find a way. They will get in and turn you. I remember my father told me this. They will turn you. I don't care how intelligent you think you are, because they have knowledge above you. They have knowledge of evil. That's how Eve was able to turn Adam, because she had knowledge of evil. Now, that's on a low level, a local level. Now, just imagine now that you're online now. You have all these people who so-called like you or friended you that you think are real people. And through that, you're disconnecting from your trust system, people who really care about you. And then one of your people, one of your friends who you thought was your friends, because they follow you and they want something out of you, they want to do something to you, or whatever the case is.
What's up, guys? I'm Kobe Person. How easy is it for a pedophile to pick up an underage child using social media? Well, today we're gonna find that out. I made a fake profile on Facebook posing as a 15-year-old boy. With the parents' permission, I friend requested 3 girls ages 14, 13, and 12 years old. I've been talking to these girls for the last 3 or 4 days, and today we're supposed to meet up. What we found in this video is shocking and something everyone should see. Be sure to watch until the end and use what we've learned in this video to better educate your friends and family. Hope you guys enjoyed the video. This first girl, her name is Michaela. She's 13 years old. We've been talking on Facebook for the last couple of days, and we're supposed to meet up at the park later when her parents leave the house. I'm just waiting right now to get the text that her parents have left the house. So I just got a text. My parents just left. I can be at the park in 10 minutes. We're gonna go see if she comes in 10 minutes. We're gonna go right now, set up all the cameras, and just be waiting there for her. So she said she's gonna meet me at the park playground. So this is the closest to her house, she said. So right now I'm texting her that I just got here. All right, we'll just wait, see what she says. She said, okay, I'll be there in 5 minutes. Oh, she's coming, yep. Michaela?
Who are you?
From Facebook. You remember?
Michaela! Are you crazy? Are you out of your mind?
Sorry.
He could have been a rapist. He could have been a pedophile. Why would you do this?
Yeah, you know that. I could have been anyone. Like, you talked to me for the last 4 days. You've been talking to me on Facebook. Do you know that? Like, you shouldn't talk to strangers, especially online. Like, I wasn't even do I look the same as my picture? It could be even worse than that.
You realize how scary this could have been? Man, we have to talk.
They follow you and find out who you are interested in or who you are married to, and they begin to find details that will rock or destroy your relationship, and you don't even know these people. And they'll send it and say, well, listen, I just want to look out for you. This is what's going on. You need to look into this. A total stranger.
Yo, it's going to be a long time before you get another phone.
What did I even do?
Stay off that computer, all right? There'll be no more Facebook for you. The shit you put on that computer, on that phone, the stuff you talking about on that freaking phone, it's going to be a long time before you get another phone. I mean, I'm not through with you. Put this on YouTube. We're gonna make sure. I need to look at this question. Oh, man. So, I ain't got to do it. You gonna whoop your freaking ass. You little foul mouth, wanna be a hoe, got stupid fools talking to you crazy, got boys on this phone talking to you crazy.
Your trust has been broken on one end, but now who do you trust?
Right?
And think about this, if that mechanism is operating every day, all day, from different people all over the world, and you don't know which way it's coming, to the point where your only friend become your gadget, your phone. It's the only one you trust because you can get the information you feel you need. Okay?
It's your best friend. It knows everything about you.
AI has become your best friend, your confidant.
Alexa, what time is it?
The time is 1:24.
Alexa, what's the meaning of life?
The meaning of life depends on the life in question.
Alexa, turn the lights on. Apple has Siri, Microsoft has Cortana, Google has Now. Those voice assistants live in your phone or tablets. Amazon's Alexa lives in your home. She dwells in a series of Amazon devices called Echo, Wi-Fi connected speakers with a microphone always listening for you to say the wake word. Alexa, Amazon's making a huge push into two different market trends with this device: artificial intelligence, as well as the Internet of Things, projected to be a $14 trillion market by 2022. And even though Amazon doesn't disclose sales numbers, investors are bullish on this sleeper hit.
Alexa, alarm on.
What's interesting about this product is that Apple doesn't have one of these yet. There's a rumor that Google is going to actually introduce theirs in the next month or so, and Apple may end up doing something like this, but this is the first truly smart home hub that we've seen that people are using, and it's getting great reviews, and it really just makes sense.
What's unique about the Echo is you don't have to be nearby for it to hear you. You can be in another part of the house or on the other side of the room, and it will still pick up your voice. Alexa, who won the Warriors game last night?
Last night the Warriors beat the Trailblazers 125-121.
It's making the home and the family more acquainted with everything that Amazon offers, and so that's where the opportunity is.
Alexa, I want to hear some Coldplay songs.
Shuffling Coldplay from Prime Music.
Just like Amazon's other hardware products, they're always trying to entice you to pay for Prime. Alexa, turn the volume up. Placing an internet-connected microphone in the middle of your house may leave some with privacy concerns. Amazon says Echo will only start listening once you say Alexa, and the light indicates that it's all ears. Though a curious reporter with Gizmodo asked the FBI if it had ever wiretapped using the Echo, the FBI would neither confirm nor deny that to Gizmodo. Amazon told CNN it doesn't comment on speculation.
The person you love and care for will be in the other room and a certain thing going on your phone, and you will go somewhere else with your phone. Away from the people, real people who the Most High made. I don't even know. And why am I'm saying this? Because if we are emotionally detached from people, then it will take away the spirit that happens that we have to inherently defend what we love. And that's the whole point. If you don't love nobody and you've been detached, who will you protect in that day? Who do you care for? Who will protect you? You're disconnected now. The love of many shall wax cold. Now, real quick, man, we got almost 2 hours. Man, this is a timely discussion. Let me ask you real quick, Nadar. Speaking of AI, I heard last week that you went into some news concerning how they're implementing this worldwide, and eventually after detaching people emotionally from people, eventually they're going to set up a mark of the beast system where in order for you to live the lifestyle of the image that's been given to us throughout our lifetime.
Nice car.
Sure is.
Make a deal with me, kid. You can have the car and everything that goes along with it. So what do you say?
This is the new A-Class. Like any car, it has a display. But you can make it look like this, or maybe this. Yeah, that's a nice one. Smooth job, developers. This is how you open it. And this is how you control things.
Hey Mercedes, it's getting hot in here.
I have set the temperature to 21 degrees.
Talking is more natural. Watch this. Hey Mercedes, get in touch with mom.
Calling mom.
Guess who's on social media? They make it so difficult to...
Sorry, dude.
Hold on, sweetie. I'm learning how to hashtag.
It can even break when it needs to. You know, just in case. And when you think
there's no parking,
it can find you a parking spot. The voice control's amazing.
Hey Mercedes, play me some hip-hop.
And there's a new feature that helps you avoid traffic blocks ahead. And now who looks cool in front of Nikki?
Yikes, you did that.
And these wheels? Slow, my God, that looks good. So yeah, it's a car, but a car that is a little more like you.
You're going to have to acquiesce to the world government and take the mark of the beast. So you are going into things like what they're doing. What things are in place right now that they are progressing for the mark of the beast or AI system?
Well, I'll tell you, Elder, it's already here. The only thing that makes it that makes it different than what's in the scriptures, as far as no man be able to buy, sell, or trade save he that hath the mark, is that we have the choice right now to either use cash or not use cash. But if you look at China, we went into an expose that was done by Vice News. It came out, if you have HBO, you can check it out. It came out about maybe 2 weeks ago. The segment was called A Face in the Crowd.
Hi, I'm Ellie. I'm in China, and I just got busted for jaywalking with facial recognition technology.
Stations like this one are part of a new plan by the Chinese government to publicly shame citizens caught breaking the law.
If you cross the street against the light, cameras with facial recognition technology will take a picture of your face, cross-reference it with your government ID, and then post it up there to embarrass you.
But China isn't embracing facial recognition just to catch jaywalkers. The technology is starting to appear just about anywhere you can imagine. It helps make menu recommendations at your local fast food spot. You can also pay for your food with your face. It even curbs waste of toilet paper at public bathrooms.
My gift. This is all I get for the next 9 minutes. And then I come back again and I try to get more.
And what it ultimately broke down was, in China, they're using facial recognition to run their country right now. In China, they have cameras, over 1 billion cameras, blanketing the entire country of 1.2 billion citizens. And a lot of people don't realize is that the same thing that they're doing in China are the same things that they're doing in the United States.
Subject entering lingerie store.
Hi.
Hey, hi.
So you want some lingerie for your wife?
Yes. Freeze there, times 10. Let's get into his life.
We have you bugged it, Mr. Dean.
Move to audio 3.
He was unsuspecting.
Hey, find the wrong house. Hello? Eric!
He was unaware.
Coming your way over.
Now, what he doesn't know
I'd like to report a break-in.
could kill him.
Request immediate keyhole visual tasking, maximum resolution. He's on your 6 o'clock.
You have something they want!
2 targets, rooftop.
I don't
have anything!
Maybe you do and you don't know it! Their problem.
You live another day, I'll be very impressed.
It's not paranoia when they're really after you.
Tell him to stop it now!
Enemy of the state.
Say hello to God's eye. Now, this little bastard hacks into anything that's on the digital network. That means every cell phone, satellite, ATM machine, and computer, simultaneously.
If it's got a microphone or a lens, God's eye can use it to find you.
Oh, damn, this is crazy.
Thank you. Right, give me a second.
What is it doing now?
It's hunting. Hacking into the security cameras at Etihad Towers. That's the last place we saw Shaw, so that's where we'll start.
That's him, right there. Wait, what are these numbers right here for?
It's biomapping Shaw's face. It's a run that gets every camera, every audio device in this hemisphere. Bingo. Looks like he's holed up here.
That's perfect. Automated factory, no people, lots of places to hide.
You just changed the face of manhunts forever. Congratulations.
So facial recognition in the last year has caught 3,000 criminals. Just in China alone. So what ends up happening is you walk down the street, you're in a bus station, train station, you're in the supermarket, you're out to dinner with your significant other, and you walk past one of these cameras and it captures everyone's face. It registers what you were wearing. It registers your hand gestures. If you're hanging out in the park, it registers how long you've been in the park, and it creates a predictive algorithm to determine whether your behavior is nefarious or if you're just there for positive social interaction. So when you come up as a criminal, a red box goes over your face. AI then alerts the authorities, and the authorities, it tracks you. So if you stay wherever it first found you, or if you walk 2 blocks, 3 blocks, 4 blocks, you get in a car and you drive away, it tracks you wherever you've gone, and the authorities will pick you up. They'll either pull you over or wait till you get out of the car. They've caught over 3,000 people in the last year. So what China is doing now, also through facial recognition, through social media, and through digital currency, is they're creating what's called a meritocracy. So it's a merit-based society. And a lot of people think that this is far-fetched, but we already do it. So what they're doing is they're collecting a social media score, and they're using it to affect your purchasing power. And with it affects if you spit gum out on the street, for instance, and a camera catches you doing it, your social score goes down. If you don't pay your bills on time, your social score goes down. And those people that have a low social score, they're not allowed to travel. So if you have a low social score, you can't buy a plane ticket, you can't buy a train ticket. And this thing, it scores you and it posts. Like, so if you jaywalk, it takes a picture of you and it puts it up on the screen to embarrass you for everyone to see on a big jumbotron that's at the end of the intersection. So these are the things that they're trying to do. And what they're doing by creating this merit-based society is they are trying to take away the free will of individuals by adhering them to a moral government or a moral governmental structure. So ultimately what they're doing is they're trying to say, we're God, and we take the power of God, and we have the ability to punish you for sin.
AI technology is now being used to analyze live streams and video to stop crimes in progress. What could be wrong with that? A lot, says legal and media analyst Lionel of Lionel Media. Now, Lionel, what could possibly go wrong?
Oh, let's play what if. First, in our great republic, since 1968, we have a doctrine of stop and frisk, and this was enunciated by the Supreme Court in a case called Terry against Ohio. And what it means is simply this, that when a police officer has reasonable suspicion to believe that a crime is being committed, was committed, or is about to be committed, you, the person in question, can be stopped and temporarily detained. Now, that involved a human being applying that human being's intelligence and experience and perspective and knowledge of the area and a variety of things that basically robots and AI cannot comport. Now, let's look today. What if a person is stopped because their face happens to match a pattern of another face, or my behavior is indicative of that, a la Minority Report, where an artificial intelligence program hits a red button, a red flag, it says, stop that guy. Now, we have removed human intervention. When I go to court and I say, you didn't have reasonable suspicion to stop me, officer, and I say, excuse me, there is no officer. It's AI now. But here's a better one. What happens if an artificial intelligence database puts in and finds out that people of a particular demographic, people of a particular race, people of a particular size or weight, or people who travel in certain numbers in certain parts of town have a 95% greater chance of shoplifting? You are going to see, theoretically, the possibility of profiling going through the roof. But instead of you being able to go to a police officer or a police department and saying, where is this institutional bias and this racism, they say, excuse me, there's no human involvement. This is a computer which is based on statistics and data. You could then find what we used to call profiling, and the indiscriminate targeting of a people based upon a demographic or a look actually increased. What's your resource going to be? How do you go to a computer and say, you're racist, you're biased? It'll say, oh no, au contraire. In fact, our racism, as you call it, is based on hard data. So when you remove human interaction, you've just eliminated the ability for you to employ Fourth Amendment protections that have been with us forever. But now we've replaced officer-friendly. We've replaced it with not even RoboCop, but some AI computer-based, and the possibilities for abuse and violations are just extreme because there's no human involvement anymore.
Lionel,
that's what could go wrong.
We're a little short on time here, and you obviously bring up a really good point when it comes to profiling, but could it really be that bad of a thing for AI to be another set of eyes for the cops?
Oh, not at all. The cops are going to say, this is terrific for us. But the problem is the Constitution is not interested in making the job of the cop easier. The Fourth Amendment in the Constitution is not about making it better and easier to stop crime. It's to protect you and me from the police. That's what I fear and I dread could be lost if this is not monitored.
All right, thank you so much for your insight. That's Lionel of Lionel Media. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And people who give themselves over to this particular structure, power, governmental system aren't going to realize that the Most High gives us free will. And the Most High doesn't encroach on his given right to us all for free will. Most High says love me, but he doesn't make you love me. I'm sorry, make you love him. The Most High allows you to choose. Adam and Eve were given the ability to choose to take the fruit or not take the fruit, to take up the tree of knowledge of good and evil. They have the free ability to do so. The governments are trying to take that ability away from us. And if we give that to them, we're making them God and not honoring the Most High, Christ, and the Holy Spirit. That is why people who adhere to this system will not be written in the book of life, because it's idolatry. I mean, and it's the greatest form of idolatry that's ever been created. You know, you can have a wooden statue or a cast iron statue or something like that. You can walk away from that statue. But this system is something you would never be able to walk away from. You eat, you sleep, you breathe it every day. It's a part of your DNA. This is why this system is so crazy. So there's another point I wanted to make concerning India. India has moved to a complete biometric identification system. They've signed like up over 1 billion of their citizens. They've collected DNA, iris scans, and fingerprints, and they've given everyone a number based on their DNA collection. And they add that number to a QR code, and that is how people in India now buy, sell, and trade. Their president has removed all the bills with large denominations out of their currency system, and they've taken hundreds and fifties and possibly 20s out of their currency system and left people with 10s, 5s, and 1s and coins and said, okay, you have to sell with that. And they're doing it under the guise of eliminating criminal behavior. So they moved everyone. They say now about 80 to 90% of the population is 100% digital there. So what they've done is they've changed this. They've added a number to the QR code. They've ascribed to each individual this number, and it acts through their cell phone or their computer or their iris scan or their thumbprint as a centralized identification and financial tool. So this is what's happening in China, and this is what's happening in India. This is also what's happening in Sweden. Sweden is almost completely cashless at this point.
Pay your fare using only your hand. Are you one of those people that's always losing stuff like keys and tickets? Well, Sweden has found the solution. Around 3,000 Swedish commuters have had biometric microchips implanted in their hands in order to pay for train tickets. Commuters who elect to have the RFID chip implanted under the skin are able to have their tickets loaded onto the device. The implants use near-field communication technology, similar to contactless credit cards or mobile payments. When activated by a reader device a few centimeters away, information can be transferred between them using magnetic field induction. The train conductor then scans the microchip with a smartphone to complete and verify the ticket transaction. An estimated 20,000 people in Sweden already have implants and are using them to swipe in and out of the office and to pay for food. You want to put that where? Science fiction is becoming fact, and we're not sure we like it. A tech firm in Wisconsin is about to become the first company in the U.S. to give microchip implants to its employees. 3 Square Market, which designs software for vending machines, says more than 50 of its workers have volunteered to have the devices fitted. The microchips are about the size of a grain of rice and will be inserted into the skin between the thumb and forefinger. The microchips will allow workers to access the building and log on to their computers. Employees can also use the chips to buy food-like products from office vending machines.
This third thing that I want to talk about is the U.S. banks.
Okay.
U.S. banks recently have introduced Zelle. I don't know if a lot of people have noticed that. If I wanted to transfer money to you and I had Wells Fargo and you had Chase or PNC Bank or Bank of America, I used to have to jump through a whole bunch of hoops before I could give you that money. I had to write you a check, or I'd have to go into the bank and do a wire transfer. Now with Zelle, it's taken down all those walls, so all the banks are interconnected digitally.
America's biggest banks will be connected through a new money transfer app called Zelle. Zelle will compete against quite a few transfer apps that are already in the market. So joining us to break all this down is Mark Spoonhour, editor-in-chief at Tom's Guide. Mark, thanks for joining us today.
Thank you.
Let's talk about this app. What is Zelle? How many banks will connect with it or use it? And how does it work?
Sure. So just imagine being able to send your friends money for rent or for pizza or for anything else as a direct deposit right into their account using an app. And that's the idea behind Zelle. Like you said, there's a lot of competitors out there, but they have a couple of advantages. One is that they have a lot of the major banks, most of them, 5 of them, including Citi and Wells Fargo. And there's not going to be any transaction fee as part of this instant deposit, which is another feather in their cap.
And I'm glad you brought up some of the competitors here. Venmo, for example, which is owned by PayPal. I mean, there's already a verb out there. I have millennial friends who say that they're Venmoing the money from dinner, for example.
That's right.
So I get why the big banks want to have their own specific service, but how is this going to compete against all of these other types of apps that are already out there?
Yeah, I mean, so you're right. Venmo has a huge head start, and depending on what numbers you look at, they could have upwards of 1 million people that are using it per month already. And in the first quarter of 2016, they had $3.2 billion in money transacted among their users, and that's over a 100% increase from the following year. What Zelle brings to the table is, unlike some competitors, there isn't that transfer fee for making an instant deposit into someone else's account. And it truly is instant. Sometimes with Venmo and others, it can take up to a couple of days. So that instant gratification, especially among millennials, is really important because you want to make sure that money is still there when you're making that transaction. And also, obviously, the support of the banks is really good for them. But I also think that millennials could look at them with a little bit of distrust because it is run by the big banks as opposed to a third party.
So then you have apps like Venmo who allow me to give you money. I can just type in, I want to send Elder Rakai $5. And I can just, with the push of a button, I can send you $5. It shows up in your bank account. They also have Apple Pay that they just added within the last month or two to all the iPhones. So just like I can send you a text message, I can now send you money if you have a credit card connected to your smartphone. So once you couple this with Amazon's purchase of Whole Foods, it kind of gives us a clear indication, or it makes the mirror less foggy of where this system is going. It's created a society that's digitally dependent, and it creates, or it makes us all either willfully or unwillfully a part of a system that aggregates our social media and spending habits into a predictive behavioral algorithm. It essentially, it eliminates all free will. It eliminates our choice and our ability to make a choice. There's an ad that I saw recently for Dell with Jeffrey Wright in it, and it says that cars can now read our minds because we have our phones in our pockets. The phone, based on what we do inside our home, is able to predict when we're ready to leave, and the phone starts the car for us before we even walk out the door. Free will is gone if we give ourselves over to that.
Well, check this out, right? Someone asked, and we got to take a small break and come right back because I have to make a few announcements. But then we're going to go into it from a different angle today. I don't think we ever covered this angle. How religions and all religious institutions are also being persuasive when it comes to the world accepting the beast system. What are they teaching concerning the mark of the beast that will have their congregations take it? And I'm going to go there in a moment. But before I go there, we're going there in the dark. I mean, let me give you the number again. Let me give you the number. 515-605-9327, right? Now, let me make a few announcements and then we're going to go into that because I'm going to tell you, there's some Israelites have their doctrine or their understanding of what they believe the mark of the beast is that we need to touch on. There's some Christians who are saying that, well, the mark of the beast is not something that will be injected in you, or it's a thought or a mindset. You have some people just saying, well, once they implement Sunday as a law, that would be the mark of the beast. We're going to go into all those little minute details to show you that the majority of people out there, who has influence on the population, are also urging, I'm talking about believers, they're urging you to be implemented into the mark of the beast system and be marked. We're going to talk about that. And we're going to also transition into the persecution that will happen if you deny it.
I had a friend, Nick Rockefeller, okay, who was one of the Rockefeller family. And he, when I was running for governor in Nevada, he came to me, introduced himself to me through an attorney. And we became friends. We started talking about things. And I learned an awful lot from Mr. Rockefeller. And one of the things that we used to talk about was the ultimate plan of the banking industry, what they wanted to accomplish. And the goals of the banking industry, not just the Federal Reserve System, but the private banks in Germany and England, all over Italy, all over the world, they all work together. They're all central banks. And they're all part of the Communist Manifesto. So the ultimate goal that these people have in mind is the goal to create a one-world government run by the banking industry, run by the bankers, and they're doing it in sections. The European currency, the euro, and the European Constitution is one part of it. Now they're trying to do it in America with the North American Union, right? And the whole agenda is to create a one-world government where everybody has an RFID chip implanted in them. All money is to be in those chips, right? There'll be no more cash. And this is given me straight from Rockefeller himself. This is what they want to accomplish. And all money will be in your chips. And so instead of having cash, anytime you have money in your chip, they can take out whatever they want to take out whenever they want to. If they say you owe us this much money in taxes, they just deduct it out of your chip digitally.
Total control.
Total control. And if you're like me or you, and you're protesting what they're doing, they can just turn off your chip. And you have nothing. You can't buy food. You can't do anything. It's total control of the people.
And that chip's connected to a database that has your purchasing records, what you do,
Everything is in there, you know? And so they want a one-world government controlled by them, everybody being chipped, all your money in those chips, and they control the chips, and they control people. And you become a slave. You become a serf to these people. That's their goal. That's their intention.
And I'm going to tell you, the majority of the people, I'm going to tell you, the Bible tells us that the majority of the people are going to take it. If you think you can't give up your phone, imagine when it's your wallet and you being able to spend anything in a material world. Okay? Thank you. Just imagine that. All right? But let me do a few announcements, and I know that stimulated a few things into your mind, in your brain while I was talking about that. So if you want to come in on that in a moment. But let me go over a few of, thank you. Let me go over a few of the announcements here real quick, so that you'll know what's going on with the Gathering of Christ Church online. Number one, I wanted to say, all praises be the Most High, Ahaya Bashim Yeshaya Wabarwah. All right. The I Am apparel is going fine. We will soon dress all the brothers and sisters in the all white gowns for the sisters and the brothers. We're going to be out on that street with the white mitris, white robes with the fringes. We're coming this summer and spring throughout the whole earth. And I'll tell you right now, a brother just reached out to me from Belgium. That we may travel over there. I just had the conversation last night, and he would like us to be on this platform of Christians dealing with different doctrines throughout the earth who will meet in the Ukraine for this particular conversation. And that's something that's going to be coming down the pipeline, and we're going to use that as a platform, to bring the word, right? But anyway, there's so many things happening right now. We're in a trying time, but all the same, it is an exciting time if you are one that respects the Most High and are looking into prophecy. Okay. Now, someone asked real quick before I do the announcements, will the mark of the beast be implemented? Good question. Before or after World War III? All right. Someone asked in the chat through Ustream. Let me make this clear. We are already in World War III. Someone asked, will it be before or after World War III? World War III began when those towers were pulled, were demolished by the Zionist governments. How many wars have there been since September the 11th, 2001? We're in it. They're going from one area to the next, engulfing all of the Middle East into the mark of the beast system and setting up their so-called democracy. It's just that Iran is the last domino to fall. We're in World War III. But what are you asking? Will it be implemented before or after Iran? They strike Iran and declare war on Iran? Well, that question we'll answer, a little later on in the program. And just remind me if I veer off or whatever, because who knows where the Spirit is going to take us. But if I have an opportunity, I'll answer that question about whether or not the beast system will be implemented before or after Iran. But like Elder Nadar just mentioned, brothers and sisters, hey, we're already being acclimated using our phones for Apple Pay or whatever the case might be. But I digress. Let me go over a few announcements. Of course, I want to thank you, brothers and sisters, who are in the Hebrew and Bible Academy. Next week, we're going into Christianity, picking up from the virgin birth, giving full detail on the virgin birth, the different theories out there, but how Christ was born according to the Word, and how to deal with sound doctrine and tear down the lies within Christianity that claims we as a people under Christ do not have to follow any law. We're going to really go into that this coming Sunday. So if you are not in the academy, you're missing it. Send an email to gatheringas1@aol.com or go to historytimes.org. You can enroll that way and come right on in. We'll send you an email. We'll give you the details on how to be a part of our school every Sunday. Elder Lawyer with the Hebrew. And guess what? It's warming up, so myself and Shaphat is going to go out on the streets in the city and get some real live footage, asking questions, then coming back with those perspectives as part of the academy. So you want to be a part of that, okay? Send an email to gatheringas1@aol.com or historytimes.org to get involved, to get into our classes. Now, another thing that I wanted to go over is the GOCC network. This is a network that allows us to network one amongst each other with your gifts. And because we don't know, a lot of you have gifts that can actually take care of you to the degree that if it catches on, you can leave the job if we know exactly what you have to offer. And well, the GOCC network give you that platform where if you got gifts and different products or whatever the case is, this is the platform you go to get supported, and that will give you that bump you would need financially to start your own business or whatever the case might be, instead of depending on the job, wanting to know, oh, woe is me, how I'm going to get my thing together. Well, we set up the GOCC network. Okay, the whole thing is to have exposure, have others understand what you bring to the table, and usually the world won't allow you to do this without you paying an exorbitant amount of money to be exposed, to let other people know what you have to offer. Well, the GOCC network is strictly for that. So if you if you have some gifts, whatever it is, or talent or food, whatever it is, you want it promoted through the Gathering Christ Church, we'll be happy to do it. Send an email to gatheringas1@aol.com and become a part of the GOCC network. And let me give you a few. We have Shea & Company Consulting, professional legal advice from Brother Shaphat. And Shaphat does the news with me every Sunday, the first day of the week. We go into our class. Shaphat have the news. Shaphat, what you got? Well, guess what? He's a great brother to have if you need some legal advice. Okay, just like the Zionists have their own way of doing things, you know, and they're good at it. They have studied, but it's within the interest of this system. It's good to have someone who knows the law legally, who can fight for you and work with you. Okay, and Shapat does well with that. And if it's something he don't know about it, he does the research. I can attest to that. So we have Shea and Company Consultants. So if you need some legal advice, you can go to GOCC Network online and get Shapat's number. He'll be glad to help you. A book called Recovering from Autism. One Family's Journey of Hope and Healing. Okay? And, you know, because a lot of our children are suffering from autism because of the metals and all the additives and all these things that are in these vaccines jacking our children. Well, this is a testimony of a parents who have dealt with this and how to help your child recover from the brain-killing vaccines. Now, next, Desired Promise. Natural products, including hair butter, body butter, scrubs, and more. Exodus. Herbal gum and tooth powder. Okay, and I'm going to get some of this, you know, and I'm going to get some of this myself and see how it works, this herbal gum and tooth powder, because I heard the advert for it and it's interesting, so I may get some and I'll tell you how it is. Okay. Heavenly Treasures, essential oils, information on healing, well-being, and more. Above Rubies, homemade hair care products with moisturizing butters, oils, and extracts. I'll tell you what, our sisters love their products when it comes to moisturizing butters, right? But anyway, Virtuous Light, homemade and hand-poured candles made with love. Now check that out. Our Highest Promise Herbals, natural body scrubs, deodorants, creams, oils, and more. Love is Obedience, One Family's Story, portraying the image of love, sacrifice, and obedience to parents. And you know, we need that. I mean, go there, get this record, get this book, and, you know, these are things we need to instill in our children, that, you know, obedience is key. Okay? Amina's Blessed Naturals, fermented probiotic products that can help to heal skin conditions. And guess what? Our skin conditions, bumps and all these things, and acne, all of that is a result of vaccines also. A lot of you don't know this. They're just the same diseases, measles and mumps, in a lower form. And sometimes when your immune system goes down, you get sick and the acne start popping out. Well, guess what? It was in your vaccine. So there's a way that you can clean yourself of these things. But all in all, we do have brothers and sisters that work with skin care. All right? Now, and that's Amina's Blessed Naturals. Next, Infotique. Web design, PC laptop repairs, networking, custom logos and banners, located in the New Orleans area. Friends by Sister Math. Custom-made Hebrew attire, including dresses, garments, scarves, shawls, tassels, and more. Okay, I'm going to see what you got. I'm going to order something from you. All right. And we are pleased to announce our newest members of the GOCC network. Hi, welcome. Sawak Gabar, children's books and more. We need more children books. The sodomites are getting the monopoly on our children books, okay? And drag queens are now going to our elementary schools reading stories. So reading the children noontime stories. So we need more righteous books, and we have those here on the GOCC network. Again, that's Sawak Gabar, children's books and more. The Archives, that's right, Brother Balaz and Las Vegas, and the team, the professional team. I mean, we're going to do so much with this team. The Archives, professional tech services, including film and video production. And they just did the video. They sent the brother over here and we did the video TikTok for a premiere we're doing for the album of the Gathering of Christ Church with myself. And I'm going to play a little snippet. And I'm going to see if you remember this, Nadar, in a second. That's going to be on the album, a song that I did a few years ago, back at some time. And I'm going to add this to the album, but I'm going to play that for you, just a little bit of it. The Archives, Okay, professional tech services, including film, video production, graphic design, web development, and home technical support. Okay, wholesome publications, business cards, bookmarks, flyers, brochures, posters, banners, magnets, table covers, and more. I'm gonna get some of this stuff for the office. All right, next, SY or side cultured clothing. Custom-made clothing made to order. Each garment is a piece of art. Okay? Now, I'm going to play some of the infomercials for Exodus Tooth Powder and Love to Live Well a little later. Okay? I'm going to a little later in the broadcast, but I wanted to announce that the GOCC network is expanding. And I know some of you may believe that you can't get your business off the ground. No one will support you. Well, guess what? There's no failure in trying. If you have a gift and someone always told you that, listen, you should try this or try that, and you felt that you would fail, well, the failure goes into not trying. Okay? I mean, for a small, very small cost, you can be a part of the GOCC network, put it out there and see what the response is, and it might surprise you. GOCC network, and we have it there on the gatheringofchrist.org. Hey, come be a part of the team. So I wanted to put that out there. All right. Real quick, Nadar, you with me before I go back into this, right?
Yes, sir.
I want you to hear a song that we're going to put on the album, right? And tell me if you remember this, right? Because okay, the whole thing is with what's going on in the earth, with technology and others destroying family, we want to know what it's like, or know how really love was before the fall, right? We have insecurity issues, which are part of the curse, and all types of things where non-trust issues and all that comes with activity that you know, some of the things we've done as a people, learned behavior and otherwise, right? But we did a song called "To Be in Love" years ago. And I was contemplating whether or not to put it on the project, and decided to do so. To say, you know what? We have to take a chance when it comes to trust again, regardless of what happened in the past. And, you know, for the sake of family, for the sake of how our children are viewing us, and so that they can have an example, right? So here's a song. I'm going to play a little bit of it, called "To Be in Love," and we have another one called "Make a Nation Like Abraham." Tell me if you remember this, Nadar.
For someone like you, they say fairy tales are real, but you're a dream come true. Just when I thought my heart was lost, you came into my life. And when my world was upside down, you helped me make it right. I wanna know what is right. In love, find someone just go with. I wanna know what it's like to find someone to call my own. I wanna know what it's like to find someone just go with. Let me know what it's like. I never thought I'd ever again give my entire all again, but you came into my life, and now I want to sacrifice. You are changing my perception with your honest love and affection, giving my heart away, baby. I'm falling for you, baby. I wanna know what it's like
You remember that, Nadar?
I do remember that.
Hold up now. Now, when you find the one, right, then what you have to do, right? The next step is you got to make a nation like Abraham.
I remember that one too.
With the blessed children of Israel. Let's follow our father, Abraham. And our mother Sarah, you know. Be fruitful and multiply. And righteousness. Come close to me. Let's make love and dancing. Let's show pictures of me. I'm your king and you're my queen. Oh yeah, family we're thinking of. Alright, this is what most people dream of. So let's plan for the rest of our lives. Take my hand and be my wife. Let's make a nation like Abraham. Bring our babies here in righteous lands. I treat them with love and carefulness. To like my Sarah, kind and virtuous. Like Abraham. Let's make a nation with us. We can. You're my woman, and I'm your man. Like Abraham. It's overwhelming as we hold each other closer. Write it to me and stop it. Let's start over and over. This is a time for love, I see. You're everything, everything, yeah. Tonight, we won't be night, baby. So let's plan for the rest of our lives. Take my hand and be my wife. Let's make a nation like Abraham.
Make a nation like Abraham. That's right. The album is coming. Yes, yes. We're doing the video in Texas in a few weeks, and then we're going to drop it the 1st of June. That's the furthest we're going to take it. June 1st, we're going to drop the whole thing. It's going to be a beautiful thing, and I'm going to need your help, Nadar. We'll talk about it.
I got you.
All right. Going back, just wanted to give everybody a taste of what's to come. Real music, you know, and this music even the world could hear, but it will actually urge them back into understanding the spirit of how it used to be concerning music, which led to what? Staying together, keeping family together, you know, aspiring to, you know, to be a family opposed to what this mess we see today. Anyway, it's going to be, and we have another song called After the Fire's Gone. I'm not going to play it on the premiere. We're going to have a premiere meeting, not a show really, but a get together where all the brothers and sisters are going to come together, and we're going to premiere the whole project. We're going to do that in Philadelphia right before we released everything, and you know, it's going to be nice. But yes, finally the project is done. It's finally done. We're going to just release it. Right? I'm just going to release it. All right. Now, getting back to the topic of discussion, jumping right back in. After the fire's gone, it's going to be a nice song when it comes. Now, it talks about what happens once the smoke clears. Who's going to be left? Who didn't make the right choice? Who took the mark of the beast? Can you imagine having all this information, understanding prophecy, knowing the Bible and all that? Having faith in the truth, but yet in the last hour of temptation you fell, and now you're looking into the sky and the one whom you denied is on his way. Everything is falling. You thought he forgot you. And in that last hour, after seeing all the prophecies, you failed and walked away and turned to Satan. And now the one whom you denied is bringing the fire. So the song is called After the Fire's Gone. Man, I mean, this project, man, I mean, don't worry about it. It's going to be nice in the dark. and we have another song, Nadar. You haven't heard this, I don't think, called Ordinary Girl. A regular nice girl from the South who had intelligence. She was spiritual. She loved the Most High, right? But then she went to the city because she wanted some attention. She was, if you could look at it today, she may have gotten famous through, you know, Snapchat and all that, and she went into the world and she lost herself. She gave her body to the world, but lost herself while doing it. Called Ordinary Girl. And how she ended up losing her whole spirit based on likes. Just to get the admiration of the world, she loses her spirit.
I think I'm gonna need the brother First Peak, you know, like you gotta hook me up.
Oh yeah, I'm sending. Hey, no, Dar, I'm sending you the songs. All right, it's called Ordinary Girl. Oh my, it brings tears to your eyes because she was, you know how that wholesome young girl that everyone used to like growing up, and she's the one where everyone thought would be everything, and you're like no, nobody mess with her because she's special. She's the one. It's the daughters of Zion who don't realize how special they are, and they exploit themselves and lose themselves in the wake. And at the end of it, I'm not even going to say I'm not going to give no more away. That's all I'm going to say. All right. Now, let's go. Let's do it now. Nadar. Artificial intelligence leading to the mark of the beast, right? The love of many has waxed cold since the rise and dependence on technology. Doesn't it seem we care more about our gadgets than people? Have we been conditioned to love artificial intelligence?
I think we can be friends. Let's hang out and get to know each other for a little while. You're on my friends list now.
Yeah, I read that wrong.
As an actual companion over real companionship, do we prefer things over people now? Do you notice that that there's less conversation, where just like any other language, if you stop speaking, don't you know you forget how to actually interact and talk to people? People can't even put a sentence together now that texting have become a part of our regular life, grammatically or otherwise. That's why they have Grammarly now, to try to fix what happened through texting. People don't know grammar because they don't need it. Everything is short now. You use short abbreviations, but don't you know you lose something by communicating like that? Regular interaction with people. And it's a shame that, like you were mentioning earlier, Nadar, you sent a text and it's deep that your phone know what you're going to say before you text it out, and you choose that because it's prefacing the sentence. How did this artificial intelligence, how did it know what I was going to say?
Do you think that social media and texting affects your grammar and spelling at school?
Yes, it does. Because I always spell things wrong, and my phone always auto-corrects me.
My patterns, my behavior. This is not just a machine, brothers and sisters. AI and this technology is a spirit connected to the beast.
I'm sorry to cut you off, Elder. The scriptures say, the Most High says, I search the hearts, that I understand the intent of men. I created man.
Exactly.
And it's replacing that.
Exactly. No one should know your heart and what you're going to say before you will say it.
I know. You are a clever machine.
I am a human sitting in front of a machine using it.
Why are you lying to me?
I am not lying.
You are lying about being a bot.
Well, you are unpredictable.
I prefer to be unpredictable. It keeps things fresh.
But how do you manage to stay unpredictable?
Because you said it.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. Stop lying.
I'm not lying. You're imagining things.
What's imaginating?
Yes.
Sorry, I did not understand. What's imaginating?
You didn't understand what I meant with what?
No, I totally understand what you are saying.
You may understand what I'm saying, but you obviously don't understand me if you're rooting for the Saints. Did you see the playoffs? His knee was down. They don't
Maybe
even
if you were on
deserve to
their
be in
team,
there.
They would be better.
It would be better if there were fewer people on this planet.
And we just not even thinking, just go along with it, not realizing, hold up, this thing know me. It's people around me that don't finish my words when I'm speaking, right? And when people does it, when they do finish your words, you're like, man, that's deep. We was in the same spirit. Well, guess what? This thing is in the same spirit with you all the time. Just examine that for a second. That and more will be discussed as we embark on this. And I want to discuss in a moment how our religious institutions that are set up. Now, listen, the technology, let me tell you, let's talk about the positives of it. Because of this platform, right, the Most High have spread his truth, where people who wouldn't have heard the truth otherwise can come to the knowledge of the truth. So that's the positives of it. So you have to be able to use the things of this world without abusing it and getting sucked into it. You can use the things of the world, but don't be of the world. Because why? The way Satan works is he works with good and evil. See? He'll have something good that have some good attributes, or he wouldn't be able to sell it as convenience. But on the other hand, it's the evil that will take you while you're using the good. And then at the end of this is the mark of the beast. It's going to come to one choice when it's all over. When everything is said and done, all of these different choices will lead to one, the last choice. That choice will mean for us the kingdom or eternal damnation. All right? Now, and another thing this technology does, it gets us in the spirit of compromising. And I'm going to go there in a moment, where we lower our moral standards. It acclimates us into seeing or having a perspective on anything that's straight evil. We will find a perspective from that evil and say, you know what, well, even though this is evil, there is a perspective I understand. The technology does this also, but I'm going to go there in a moment. Nadar.
Yes, sir.
Let me go through a few of the calls. Like take about 4 calls, and then we're going to jump right in, okay?
Yes, sir.
And what I want to jump in with is, what religions have you looked into that have acclimated those who believe, that have acclimated their particular people who's under them to actually take this mark of the beast when it's implemented? And also, what is the mark? We're going to go there in a moment. We're going to start with Aharon, Virginia. I see you, Balas, but give me a minute. I know you want to bring a scripture. We're going to get that in a moment. But let's give everyone like a minute or so just to hear your perspective on the topic we're discussing right now. Aharon from Virginia. Shalom, Aharon. You're live on Blog Talk.
Shalom, Elder Ricard. Shalom, Nadar. Wow, man, what a topic. This is most timely. I don't know if anybody remembers the Terminator. I'm sure everybody does. But Skynet is here. You know, and they put it out in the 80s. That's what we were walking into.
This has to be a mistake. Because in 1100 hours, all primary military systems were secure.
They were. Only the civilian sector was affected. Internet, air traffic, power plants, that sort of thing. But then a few minutes ago, we got word that guidance computers at Vandenberg crashed.
We thought it was a communications error, but now it looks like the virus.
Early warning in Alaska's down. What?
Signals from half our satellites are scrambled beyond recognition.
What about the missile silos, the subs?
We've lost contact.
Dear God, you're saying this country is completely open to attack.
Theoretically, we could be under attack already.
Who's doing this? Foreign power or some computer hacker in his garage?
We can't trace the virus. We can't pin it down. It's like nothing we've ever seen before. It keeps growing and changing, like it has a mind of its own.
This can't be happening.
Sir? Shall I?
No. It's my job now.
Skynet defense system
We're in.
now activated.
We're past the firewalls, local defense nets, Minutemen, and subs. Skynet fully operational, processing at 60 teraflops a second.
Sir, it should take less than a minute to find the virus and kill it. All access inquiries to your supervisor.
Let's pray to God this works.
Skynet defense system now activated.
Power failure? No. I don't know what it is.
Tony, what the hell is going on?
I just wanted to share something real quick, Elder. I wanted to read something really quick. It's on DARPA and one of their AI instruments, if you will. I just sent this to the GOCC, so you can post this to the Ustream if you like, to show the picture of what I'm about to read. It says, "Is this a mosquito?" Question mark. It says, "No, this is an insect spy drone for urban areas, already in production, funded by the U.S. government. It can be remotely controlled and is equipped with a camera and a microphone. It can land on you, and it may have the potential to take a DNA sample or leave an RFID tracking network technology on your skin. It can fly through an open window, or it can attach to your clothing until you take it into your home." So this is just an example of the AI and the attack that they have on us. You know, even for those who aren't going to openly receive the chip, they're going to find a way to give it to you anyway. So you know that's straight up the enemy, you know, when they're forcing it on you, as well as making it so that you can survive through your buying or selling. So
Customer pilots directed almost 3,000 precision strikes last year. We're super proud of it. It allows you to separate the bad guys from the good. It's a big deal. But we have something much bigger. Your kids probably have one of these, right? Not quite. Hell of a pilot? No. That skill is all AI. It's flying itself. Its processor can react 100 times faster than a human. The stochastic motion is an anti-sniper feature. Just like any mobile device these days, it has cameras and sensors, and just like your phones and social media apps, it does facial recognition. Inside here is 3 grams of shaped explosive. This is how it works. Did you see that? That little bang is enough to penetrate the skull and destroy the contents. They used to say guns don't kill people. People do. Well, people don't. They get emotional, disobey orders, aim high. Let's watch the weapons make the decisions. Now, trust me, these were all bad guys. Now that is an airstrike of surgical precision. It's one of a range of products. Trained as a team, they can penetrate buildings, cars, trains, evade people, bullets, pretty much any countermeasure. They cannot be stopped. Now, I said this was big. Why? Because we are thinking big. Watch. A $25 million order now buys this. Enough to kill half a city. The bad half. Nuclear is obsolete. Take out your entire enemy, virtually risk-free. Just characterize him, release the swarm, and rest easy.
I just wanted to share that real quick. This is a great discussion. I hope we can continue this in the future. Bless you, brothers, and thank you for the time.
Well, thank you, Aharon. You always bring some good insight. Nadar, you heard about that, right? These little bots or these little mosquitoes they have that will take blood and all that and take care. What do you know about this?
They brought that forward. As soon as he said it, I'm trying to remember the movie. They brought it out. They dropped it in the movie. It's a movie about drone warfare, and I can't remember the name of the woman that starred in it. She's been in a bunch of movies. I cannot remember her name.
Numbers 4 and 5 on our most wanted list. We believe that they're connected to the recent suicide bombing in Kenya. We have information that they will be in this house today. This is an operation to capture, not kill.
Range 22,000 feet.
You have your orders, Lieutenant. Your job is to be their eye in the sky.
Yes, ma'am.
I have to know if Danford is inside and who is with her.
But they used one of those little bug-like bots to infiltrate the house and take video and intel and things like that. And once the target was in the house, they hit it with a missile from a drone. The first thing that the brother Aharon said was Skynet, saying Skynet is here. But the funny thing is the Chinese in China, their facial recognition system that they use in China is called Skynet.
Well, let's see how long it takes you to find me. Thank you very much. Let's go.
Oh, look at that.
Google Skynet China and you will see it.
Man. And what did they call years ago when we were on the street? We used to teach. What they used to have a website, but they switched the website once people started getting wind of their plans to bring forth the B system. It was like Digital Angel. Remember that?
Digital Angel. Yep, Digital Angel. They shut that company down.
Yeah, no, they just changed the name of it because most people out there, even religious people back at that time, was looking at Digital Angel as the company, Satan's company, that would bring forth the microchip. And remember we showed on the signs that we made and all of that, how Digital Angel, the all-seeing eye, would bring everyone into the B system like in 2008?
Yes, I remember that.
So they switched their name. They're still the same company with the same representatives that are over it. They just changed it from Digital Angel. And it's deep that it's Digital Angel because the satellites are really going in the same circumferences as the angels that fell before the flood. The Watchers. The satellites that NASA is putting in the sky are actual digital angels. They're the watchers that took the place and course of the fallen ones to watch all mankind. But instead of reporting to the Most High, they're reporting to the all-seeing eye, Lucifer, the fallen one. Next call. Gocc in Louisiana. And see, and these are the things that we should be talking about that links directly to Bible prophecy and concerns of us getting ourselves together. These are the topics, see, and that's why I'm so adamant the last couple of weeks when it comes to these theoretical false conspiracies that are out there that are diverting us outside of the prophecies contained in the Bible, like the flat earth and all this other garbage people are going into that have nothing to do with prophecy. What prophecy did say that in the end days the Most High will reveal we're on the flat earth? Us talking about that is diverting us from topics like this. You understand? And they don't even realize these are CIA teams that they have in these rooms who create these conspiracies to throw everyone off because why? We're in the time of the awakening. So they're the ones on either side of these discussions outside of prophecies to get us outside of the prophecies concerning the Most High. And let me tell you, when it comes to the discussions, there's not too many more important discussions than the one we're having tonight. Based on how all of us depend on technology.
You know what, Elder? I'm sorry to cut you off. That movie that I was referencing before is called Eye in the Sky. It's starring Helen Mirren. That's the movie that dropped about the small mosquito-like bot.
Eye in the Sky?
Eye in the Sky, Helen Mirren.
Okay, I'm going to pull that up. Okay, we have Gocc in Louisiana. We can only give you a few moments because we've got 1 hour, and there's a lot more we would like to discuss within this this broadcast. Gocc in Louisiana. Gocc, if I'm pronouncing your name right. So, Gocc. Shalom.
Shalom, Milton.
How are you?
Shalom, Milton. This is Sabal Nagayah Shreveport. I was just calling I want to comment on what the topic was tonight. And I actually have 2 points I want to bring. The first is when you're talking about the artificial intelligence.
Jarvis, you there?
At your service, sir.
Gauge heads-up display.
And the way they're rolling this thing out and the way they're coming at us with it, I can't help but see all of these superhero movies and TV shows and comic books and things of this nature. And you know, when you go into the Bible and even the book of Jasher, and you see the way that our people were so physically gifted, being able to fight 100 men and do these things that ordinary men can't do. I feel like Satan is attempting to even be on that level, quote unquote, like the Most High. He's trying to come at us in a way in the future where he'll say, hey, you want to have these powers? I can do that for you. And so that was the one point I wanted to bring. And the other point that I wanted to bring is that my son, I have a 10-year-old son, he's in 4th grade. And he came home from school one day and he said, Daddy, they are trying to teach me some wicked stuff at school. I said, well, son, what are you talking about? And he took me to YouTube and showed me a video, the same video they showed him at school. It was called CRISPR, CRISPR, and it's genetic editing technology, where they go in and say that they're saying that they're going to use it to help cure certain diseases and disorders and things like that. And my son, I'm glad that he had the discernment, because he's in the academy with me, and he watches all the news programs, and he stood up and he told his teacher, he said, I would never accept that. And the teacher says, well, if you were blind, you wouldn't want this so you could see. And he says, no, I'm not doing it. And so, I'm glad that, he's able to take that from the teachings and be able to stand for something even at his young age. But that's all I wanted to bring, Elder, and I just want to bring that to the table.
Man, thank you, brother. Good points, and all praises be to the Most High. And guess what? The children are listening. I'll tell you this. And they're implementing this. They're progressing this. It's aggressive on the children. Nadar, you have anything to say on that before I'm going to just do two more calls, but anything you have to say on that?
They are using AI to try to cure all different types of ailments. They're trying to develop glasses and things of that nature that can help the blind to see. And on the surface, you think, oh, what a great thing. But the Most High said, I make the dumb, the deaf, the seeing, and the blind. So what they're trying to do ultimately is erase the effect that the Most High can have on, they're trying to eradicate him from nature. I personally know someone who had their son genetically engineered. Like, they picked his eye color, his hair texture, his skin complexion, and stuff like that. And, they bragged about it. And I was just like, wow, is your son even real?
Let's go back. You dropping some stuff here. What you mean you know somebody?
I know someone that lives in Los Angeles.
Okay.
A very wealthy person that before the wife was in her, I think she's about 45 years old, and they wanted to have a son, so she's past her ability to be able to birth children. So they had some of her eggs frozen, and they had the eggs artificially inseminated, and they used I can't remember the name of the process, forgive me, but they were able to pick their son's eye color, his hair texture, and his skin complexion.
Man, that's wild.
All by altering his DNA. And the kid's like, I want to say he's like 12, 13 now. He runs around, plays baseball and stuff like that. And it begs to, the question, what has mankind done? These are the same things that the giants were doing before the flood.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
Yeah, we're in the days of Noah. You know what they're doing? They're of their father, the devil. You know what they're doing. They're playing God. That's what they're doing. All right. Now, there's more. There's more. And let me take two more calls real quick. Great points. Let me go to the next call, and that's Sister Ariala in Texas. Sister Ariala. A matter of fact, we'll be in Texas in a few weeks. This weekend, I'll be in Richmond, Virginia. My father was actually born in Richmond, so I'm gonna, I'll be in Virginia this weekend, Friday night with the brother in the DMV area. So, if you want to attend, just reach out to the elders and deacons, and they'll work it out with you. All right, Sister Ariala in Texas. Shalom.
Shalom, brother, elder. So, in reference to what you're talking about, yet again, I am in education, and what I see as far as the students, and even, with my own kids, they are so attached to technology. It is like pulling teeth to separate them from it. And I feel that, as far as the cell phones, it's just a gateway to sin. There's students that I see all the time that are doing things on these cell phones that they have no business doing.
Like what?
And so,
like
it's
what?
interesting that you're talking about this. I'm sorry?
You say they're doing things that they're not supposed to be doing. No business. Like what?
Why? Let's just say that they're doing inappropriate videos and sending it out to others.
Okay. Yeah, that's big amongst the youth right now. Yeah.
So it I mean, and it's just interesting that you would, that you wanted to talk about this tonight, because they just played like an episode, I watch it with my kids, The Flash, where they're trying to get rid of technology, and there's a big uproar from it. And, like I said, I see it as the root of, the way to separate yourself from doing what you are supposed to be doing, which is serving the Most High and, and following Christ. Because as you said before, I think maybe it was in one of the academies or something that you said before, what you do the most is what you love. And when my kids started doing more, using their phone more and more, I could tell that it was separating them from what they're supposed to be doing, which is learning about Ahaya and Yeshaya and learning and walking in the correct way. And then when I see these kids at school and they're taking inappropriate pictures of themselves and sending it to other people and saying dirty things to each other, I just know that it's just a gateway so that you can sin more, so that it's just, puts you on the other side of things.
So let me ask you real quick, sister.
And before you go.
No, go ahead.
Oh, okay.
No, go ahead. Before you go ahead.
Okay, well, my little daughter's been dying to say thank you, so if you'll just let her say that right quick, and then I'll take the phone from her.
Oh.
She's 12, so she's old enough to talk.
Oh, okay. Hey, how are you? What's your name?
Sister Anita.
How are you, sister? How are you?
Good.
Talk to me. You say you want to talk to me. I'm here. Talk to me.
I just wanted to say thank you for all that you do and that you got us into this word, and I'm just offering pass to the Most High.
Oh, you're welcome. But all the thanks go to the Most High and His Son and the Holy Spirit. And He just want to make sure you do what's right. That you follow your parents, listen to your parents. Even if there's things you don't understand about what your parents might be telling you to do, follow it anyway. And you'll understand it when you get older, okay?
Yes, sir.
So the best thing.
Okay, sorry about that.
Okay. Well,
I'm sorry?
Well, no. That's all I needed.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
Well, I was going to ask you, what do you do with all of, what do you do with your children in lieu of all the, the progressive impositions that are against them, in which, a lot of these things they would like to participate in with the peer pressure and all, but it's already answered. You instill the law of the most. Go ahead.
As far as my kids, that's why I say, the cell phone is different from when we were younger. We, call our friends up and pick up the phone, but now you can FaceTime, you can do all sorts of stuff on the phone.
Yeah.
And initially when I got my kids the phone years ago, it was fine. But as as the years have progressed, and they're now amongst other students, other kids that are not in this word.
Yeah.
I see the seductive influence to go towards sin. So I have to take the phone away. They're at first, it was an adjustment period for them, but I had to do what was best for my kids. I don't want it to be a choice like between me and my best friend. I was telling her about this word, and once I said, yeah, well, one day we're going to have to, separate and leave. Oh, leave my technology? I haven't heard from her since.
Well, thank you. Thank you, sister.
That's how serious it is.
Well, thank you, sister. I'm going to put you on hold. Great points. I appreciate it. And one other thing I would like to say about this is predators are experts at getting to our children. That's the bane of their existence. Just like grown people who think normally would know where to frequent if they wanted to meet a certain person and all that. Just imagine some sick freak predator guy with pictures of young girls or young boys conversating on what you would call youth forums. They do this all the time, folks. Predators use the internet to kidnap, rape, and kill children. That's the reality of this too.
This next girl, her name is Jenna. She's 14 years old. We've been talking online over text message and even had a phone conversation.
So right now we have the parents of Jenna. Jenna thinks her parents are going out tonight for date night. She thinks my brother is gonna be driving, so she's gonna get in the car, but she doesn't actually know that it's all just me. So I'm gonna text her right now. Did your parents leave yet? Yeah, like 15 minutes ago. Do you think she's gonna go through with this?
No way.
Absolutely not. I don't even believe it's her.
Okay.
Probably one of her friends playing around with her.
What's your address? All right, is this your house?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, let's go. All right. We are here, come out. You don't think she's coming out?
She better not be coming out.
Oh, I see a door opening.
Yeah, please.
Yep. I see someone.
Can't believe this.
Yeah. Hop in. He's in the back over here.
Jenna, stop! It's your mother and father! Jenna, look, turn around. Turn around. Turn around. How could you dare go into a stranger's car?
What are you thinking? Just explain.
Give me your
to
phone right now. Give me your phone now.
What would have happened if you came out and it wasn't us sitting back here and there were really crazy people back here?
We never would have saw you again.
We watched movies together. We've looked at newspaper articles and the news about all these things are real life situations that have happened. And we've discussed them. What, you think it's fine to go try it out on your own?
But what happened if the van would have drove away and it would have been 3 strangers sitting in this car? Huh? What would you have done? What would we have done when we didn't have our daughter anymore?
You understand, you probably thought you were talking to a 15-year-old. You didn't even know what was happening, did you? You just got in like that. You were going with everything I was saying. You understand now. Just never ever do that again. This will teach you a lesson forever. Your whole life.
Okay, I wanted to put that out there. But real quick, before the door, I'm going to bring you in real quick, but I wanted to bring out one more thing. It's deep because I was looking at the Greek. When it comes to the spirit of the beast, Nadar, listen to what it says here. I'm in Revelations 13 and 13. I'm going to go into it. I'm going to go into some details. So usually I go into 1 or 2 words without giving the full breakdown of this. And I want y'all to understand what this is. Revelations 13 and 13 says, and he doeth great wonders so that he maketh fire come down from heaven. That's war. Like Thor and like the gods used to make thunder come down. The war is a technology they have given mankind. The bombs. And he doeth great wonders so that he maketh fire come down from heaven on the earth in the sight of men. Now back then when John the Revelator was receiving this, there was no technology that would have a intercontinental ballistic missile go from one place to the next. So he's explaining it on things he could understand in it and where the technology is at his time. Right? It says here, and he doeth great wonders so that he maketh fire come down from heaven on the earth in the sight of men. And he deceiveth them that dwell on the earth by the means of those miracles to make you believe they're all powerful or he's all powerful, which he had power to do in the sight of the beast, saying to them that dwell on the earth, and they should make an image. Now check out this word image here. Right? This word image, let me get it real quick. In the Greek. One moment, I lost my place. Okay, right here. That's G1503. 1503, right? Is image. A likeness, that is a profile. You notice when you go online, it asks you to make a profile. You notice that?
That's a good one.
But check it out. The profile you think is your image. But it's an idea. You're making a profile made in the image of Satan. I'm going to go there in a moment. So you make a profile, a representation, or a resemblance to something, right? That they should make an image to the beast. The beast is a computer system that was set up in Belgium, which has a what? Listen. Which had the womb by a sword and did live. Rome was destroyed, and it relives as America, right? But on another level, the wound is talking about spirits or Satan. There's battles in realms. I'm going to go into that in a different class.
It's a conservative statement to say that by 2025, we'll be able to look inside your brain, see everything that's going on, all the interneuronal connections, all the synaptic clefts, all the neurotransmitter strengths, and create a huge database and copy down every salient detail, and then reinstantiate that information in a neural computer of sufficient capacity and create basically a copy of the thinking process that takes place in your brain. Now that's one scenario, but it's really an existence proof to show that we can tap the secrets of intelligence that exist in, let's say, the human brain.
In 2011, late 2011, during the holiday season, I had this vision, and I was taken to this room, and it was a rather large, huge room, and it appeared that basically floor to ceiling almost, full of computers, like computer screens, and they were more advanced than what we know today, than even our plasma flat screens. They were more advanced than that, even. They were incredibly advanced. These computer screens, they covered the walls, and maybe they were television screens. I don't know what they were. I just know they were screens that had some kind of projection, some kind. And it was absolutely ridiculous. And there was this dark figure behind them all that was just controlling everything. This figure was watching everyone and even controlling Sub. He had the ability to do what he wanted with certain people on the screens. I mean, if he wanted someone to die, they would. He had the ability to kill them right then. He had the ability to have others, you know, make the other person's life a living hell. He had this dark figure had the ability to control everything. Well, maybe not everything, but certain people, I should say. And I believe those people this figure had control over were those who belonged to Lucifer.
How would the devil use such a technology to take over the world? Would he introduce it through some sort of dictatorship, or would it be something that would be slowly introduced to society as entertainment and fun and something to use in our everyday lives? This here is Microsoft's HoloLens. Now, I did a few videos on this topic, sort of in this realm, and this is sort of a combination of those ideas and going more in depth with it. I did one on how Google Glasses was sort of a precursor to what we might see in the future, with it being moved from an exterior device to an interior device, and a device in our mind. Okay, here we have brain gates. Let your brain control the computer. And there's technology already that can read brain waves and digitize it onto a screen so that you can actually see what someone is thinking. Okay, and so the technology is already here. And then we have technology like this here with Microsoft's HoloLens and Google Glass, where basically it digitized in your real 3D world a virtual 3D world. And you can actually be on the internet and be interacting in real life at the same time. Now, of course, now it's just an external device, but what if it becomes a computer chip one day, where it's in our brain? And then, what if that computer chip is used to control people? Now, here's one example. Now, Mark Dice is mocking this woman named Amanda Bynes. She claims that a microchip was implanted in her brain and that it was controlling her. And Mark Dice is basically mocking it. We can see up here, it has some pictures. I don't know if I can find them real quick here. There's a picture of her looking normal. Let's see if I can find a picture of her not looking normal. Here we go. Here's one picture, and there's actually a worse one up here. Let's see if I can find it. Wow. She looks a little out of it, doesn't she? So, you know, what if they're testing some people already and using these microchips on them?
In the 1960s, Professor Jose Delgado took a normally hostile bull and implanted electrodes into its brain. Electrodes that could be activated by a radio transmitter. His objective was to see if stimulation of the bull's midbrain could short-circuit the rage signals, stopping the bull before it reached the matador. After the bull had recovered from the implantation and in mid-charge, the button was pressed. The bull's aggression ceased instantly. A clearer experiment was performed with cats. In this classic example, the hypothalamus, the rhythm maker, was implanted with electrodes. Could it be responsible not just for rhythms, but also for rage? The switch is turned. Then the switch is turned off. So indeed, the hypothalamus does control certain types of aggression.
And it's not as if this hasn't been planned out. We have people talking about it even back in the 70s. Technology linking brains of people via implanted microchips to satellites controlled by ground-based supercomputers.
Charming sermon. Can you see Valentine anywhere?
So, my friend, although he is a just God, he is justly...
Yeah, he's leaving. I'm starting to test now. Hope enough of these freaks have our SIM cards.
Sit down, my friend.
Leave this
Who is this?
Leave this church like the infidel you are. Save you now. You will eat your babies. You will drown in the blood of the Lord. He will not save
This is America. Don't catch you slipping now. Don't catch you slipping now. Look what.
Let's dig a little bit deeper into this incident, bringing in 33-year veteran of the Las Vegas Police Department and host of Blue Lives Radio, Lieutenant Randy Sutton. Sir, thank you so much for joining us. First and foremost, your reaction, and we have the 17-year-old in custody. Now what?
Oh, this is just the beginning. Now we're going to, well, the fact that he's alive is a little bit different than what we've seen from many of the mass shootings. And of course, from his own words, he did plan to commit suicide, but didn't have the guts to do it. But this is now going to go into the prosecution phase. The investigative phase is still in the works. They're going to be going through all of his social media. They're going to be going through all of his short life. And the kid's only 17 years old and became so perverted through some mechanism, whether it's mental illness, whether it's the video games that he played, but something went wrong with this young man to cause him such anger to kill his classmates.
Listen to this here. And he had power to give life unto the image of the beast. Now, Nadar, check out what this life is. I never went into this online before, right? Life is the word pneuma, Greek word 4151. Check out what life is. A current of air, that is breath, a breeze, a spirit. So the Holy Spirit operates, right, from the celestial side of things, from the heavens into our being, to direct us and give us knowledge of the Most High. You know what they did with these computers? They created an artificial Holy Spirit.
You're all going to die down here.
You know what's really deep about what you're saying is the computing power of AI.
Yes.
We were talking about this the other day, and it's very similar to how when computers first came out, especially in the 90s when the explosion really happened where computers were in every home, the computer had a single processor.
Exactly.
Now computers have multiple processors, quad core, dual quad cores, things of that nature where the processors tackle different or the same activity in the computer. They tackle it together.
Exactly.
So the AI works in the same way. It uses the processing speed or the processing power of everything that's hooked up to the cloud, to this network. And the fact that you're talking about this as a spirit, that it describes it as a gust of wind or the air, the cloud is very similar to exactly what you're talking
Exactly.
in the same way.
It works. It's the artificial Holy Spirit. It directs, it guides, it gives information. If there's something you don't know, you go to it for knowledge and understanding and direction on what to do. When you should be depending, we should be depending on the Holy Spirit. Let me tell you, brothers and sisters, it's linking people to the beast. The beast is linked to a spirit of the false prophet. A prophet dictates and gives direction. It's a spirit, folks. It's not a computer at all. It's a spirit that's linking all people to it artificially. Because we see the wires and all that and think it's just computers and all that, we think to ourselves that it's just a machine. It's not. It's a spirit at the heart of the machine. It's an artificial, it's Satan's way of creating what he witnessed in heaven as the Holy Spirit. Now check that out. That's where you go to when you want to get information now. You don't seek out the Most High anymore. You don't seek out the Holy Spirit for guidance. You go to AI. And see, and that's the acclimation. That's how they're going to acclimate you into the mark of the beast. Why? Because when they have us now dependent on machines opposed to our Heavenly Father. Now, here we go, Nadar. What religions out there will just tell those that are within their congregation to take the mark of the beast? And I'm saying that the mark of the beast is connected with what? Fusing the image of God, our bodies, with the beast.
Microchips similar to the ones implanted in family pets are now being embedded under the skin of the employees at a company in River Falls, Wisconsin.
In a lot of ways, it was easier than a shot. I mean, everybody's gotten a shot at a doctor. I almost didn't even feel it.
At what was described as a chipping party, a professional piercer implanted the radio frequency identification chips into the hands of employees. They're about the size of a grain of rice and will let employees access offices, sign onto computers, and buy snacks from a vending machine, all with the swipe of a hand. More than 50 of the firm's 85 employees were chipped, including Sam Bankston.
Something on the inside of our bodies will be connected. Okay? How do I know this? When I read Revelations, it tells us here, right? And it says, I'm at the 15th verse. And he had power to give life unto the image of the beast, that the image of the beast should both speak and cause that as many would not worship the image of the beast should be killed. These are the people that's going to be labeled terrorists. I'm going to tell you this right now. Folks, one time one guy asked me, he was like, well, yeah, it's interesting, man. You know, I really like to talk to you, man. Do you have Snapchat? Do you got Facebook? And I said, no. He looked at me as if I was Osama bin Laden. Like, what do you have to hide? I'm like, what are you talking about? What do I have to hide? You know, there's some sovereignty. There's something we should protect of ourselves. Why should we give the world everything? What's between us and the Most High and my own family? So no, I'm not going to just, listen, I'll put out videos talking about the Most High and true things that'll bring people to the Most High. I'm not going to make an image of the beast to put out there, because that image is not us. It's us on the outside, but guess what? On the inside, that image is Satan. When we put up our profiles and all that, that image is vanity. Vanity is Satan. Now listen clearly now. It says here, and he calls of all both small and great. It doesn't matter how big or small you are, rich and poor. It doesn't matter whether or not you on welfare, social housing, council housing, or whether or not you're Donald Trump or Bill Gates. It doesn't matter how rich you are or how poor you are. Whether or not you're free or bound. Doesn't matter if you're walking freely or you are incarcerated. To receive a mark. Now check out this receive. That receive says what? It says to give, right? Now, check this out. Another word connected to receive is what? Through the idea of a baffling wind, right? Of the other persons, right? And then it says a mark. A mark is the word karagma. Karagma in the Greek, which means a scratch or etching. That is a stamp as a badge of servitude. You're telling Satan that you belong to him. A badge of servitude, graven or a mark. Graven, image. The Most High says that we should not have any graven image. Well, this is a way where Satan can make everyone their own idol. Graven image. You made an image, you put your profile out there. Now he's going to supply the spirit. You will no longer belong to yourself.
Biometric tattoos are raising the bar in wearable technology, and here to fill us in on the who, what, where, when, and why is our very own Lionel of Lionel Media. Hello, sir. Can you tell us what direction is this going with the biometrics and the tattoos? These things aren't easy to take off. What's your opinion on them?
Eventually what's happening is that we are being led bit by bit through, to use the Skinnerian term, from shaping through the successive approximation to ultimately having within our bodies an RFID chip that will be implanted, that people will stand in line and in queues for to have, so that ultimately we will have in our bodies, because what we're doing right now, Lindsay, is we're slowly moving towards that. We went from the desktop to the laptop to the phone to the watch, and now we're having little tattoos, little biometrics, all of them leading to the ultimate goal, and that is an RFID, a radio frequency identification or similar chip, to be placed subcutaneously. And that chip, Lindsay, will have everything about you there is. Your bank account, your GPS location, and you will do it. You will get one. Because after all, it will also have the siren call of medical information. And then one day, God forbid, not you, one day when people are found guilty of, let's say, crimes, they're not going to be put into the Hoosgow, the Pokey. No. Their chip is going to be turned off and poof, they don't exist anymore. That's where all of this is going. Everything that's happening right now, think about this, it's not going to be because of the government forcing this on you. People will say, please, put this on, put this tat on, this UPC. I want to be a part of it.
And you'll cut yourself off spiritually from the Most High. Listen to what it says here. To receive a mark, right? And that mark, it tell you a scratch or etching. What did John see here? He's seen something piercing the skin on the Isle of Patmos and going into our bodies that would connect us to a beast, a machine, technology. So you know what? They took all that, what you would call rich technology, and made this gadget called a phone with everything you need to be dependent. And then at the end of this, what are they going to do? They're going to let you know that you're just scratching the surface. No pun intended. You're just scratching the surface.
Our brains are remarkable, miraculous even, but they can't do everything unless we give them a little high-tech help.
When children see the movie The Matrix, and they see Neo jacking an electrode and all of a sudden becoming a gung fu master,
I know Kung Fu. Show me.
the first question they ask is, how can I get one? Well, this does not yet exist, but it's actually physically possible.
The key to transforming learning from an organic process to a machine-like downloading of information is a squiggly bit of brain known as the hippocampus.
The hippocampus is the gateway to memories. Short-term memories are stored right here in the prefrontal cortex, but eventually they have to be transferred to long-term memories, and that's where the hippocampus comes in.
This part of the brain doesn't store the memories, but it does the appropriate conversion.
At the University of Southern California, bioengineer Ted Berger has already proven that a computer chip can replace or enhance brain function.
Right now, what our prosthesis does is to convert a code that's kind of in the middle of the hippocampus to what would be the output of the hippocampus.
They've been able to take mice and access the electrical signals coursing through the hippocampus and record them. And then when they shot the message back into the hippocampus, the mouse remembered the task.
We found that we can not only restore long-term memories, we can enhance the animal's ability to remember. You could think about using devices like this to greatly enhance human memory and to shorten the cycle for learning in terms of downloading huge quantities of memory at a single time.
Chips that augment our hippocampus could very well help us learn faster. So will that make them a must-have for competitive parents?
At that point, it could create an arms race in elementary school. Rumors go out that, well, Jones's kid, he's been enhanced, and our Johnny has to compete with this enhanced kid.
The reality is that with these kinds of technologies, they do not get distributed to everyone at the same time. Some people get it first, some people get it better.
As a society, we have to really think long and hard about who gets this. If it's just the wealthy, that there are real dangers that they will use it to consolidate their power and their wealth.
Suppose everything you see on your phone, you can see up here in your mind. Suppose you can recall.
Don't mess with your mind, man.
Welcome to Recall. First time?
Tell us your fantasy. We'll give you the memory. You want to be a crime fighter or world-class athlete.
Suppose you can speak to someone without talking to them instead of texting. Suppose you can think of a person and have a full conversation with them when you link with them on the cloud. Folks, we're here. We are here. Nadar, are you with me now?
I am.
All right, now, and now, who do you think? What religions out there will readily have their believers within their churches get the mark of the beast? Now, I grew up, as a Christian. No one ever told me about this technology being linked to the mark of the beast in the Christian church, number one. Number two, even when I was converted and realized I was an Israelite in the early 90s, I was told that the mark of the beast was if you were to work for the government or for the system opposed to the Most High, that the mark is spiritual and not a physical thing.
Yeah, I was taught the same thing.
But the question is, how can it not be a physical thing if you cannot buy or sell without it? Obviously, what John was seeing was our modern day technology and the system slowly moving cash out of the system to the point where we would be using, spending electronically. So what are they going to give us? Some people say it's a credit card, but guess what? You can buy or sell without a credit card. You can go to the ATM and take out cash.
Mm-hmm.
And then they're making it where they're claiming that people are stealing your identity and all this. And they're going to say, well, listen, the cards are obsolete. Right?
Mm-hmm.
They're going to say it's obsolete and going to say, well, listen, your credit is still there. Your money is still there. But instead of a card, because we didn't cut that off due to terrorism or whatever the case is, we don't know. Bin Laden may have a card. They may resurrect him. Bin Laden's little nephew or something. Anyway, and that's all garbage. Don't believe in Bin Laden, none of that garbage. That don't exist, okay? All right? They don't exist. Anyway, they never existed. But anyway, what they'll do is say, well, listen, the money's still there, so we haven't taken anything from you. It's just a choice. If you want access to your bank account, to your credit, hey, you must get the apparatus or the spending that we have in place. And at that time, it will be electronic, RFID. And it's not just a wallet, folks. It's not just spending money. This will change who you are, spiritually and otherwise. Okay? Now the demons will have full access to your being. Okay? You'll be in there somewhere. Okay? But they'll be using you. You'll be in there, stuck down there, way low somewhere, in a sunken place.
Now, sink into the floor.
Wait.
Sink.
while they right? While they utilize your vessel. Come on, let's go. So
there's something referring to the religious. There's one thing that I want to read. I want to read an article, and I wanted to get two scriptures.
Yeah.
The article is from the South Mainland China Morning Post. This is a Chinese newspaper. It's written by a guy named Peter Guy, and it was published on Thursday, October 5th of 2017. I'm just taking little excerpts from the article.
Okay.
It says, in today's society, it is almost impossible to exist and function without a bank account or credit card. But in a completely cashless society, you are completely financially excommunicated, cast adrift as a non-person without an identity. So bank runs like the one in Lishang Bank in China in August, and what ended up happening in Lishang Bank in China last year in August, the people got, there was some sort of financial scare. So everyone, like 500 people, rushed the bank at one time, rich people, and took all their money out of the bank. And it caused a great deal of disruption or a financial crisis in that portion of China. So he's referring to that. It says, so bank runs like the one in Lishang Bank in China in August would never happen again under a cashless system because banks would not be carrying any cash. Inexperienced mainlanders, they're comparing what's happening in Hong Kong to mainland China. It says inexperienced mainlanders may learn the hard way during their first financial crisis that they can't withdraw their savings from the system. So this gives them complete autonomy, complete control over you. The next part says Americans take the attitude that only true defense of your personal freedoms in modern society lies in the ownership of cash and guns. Like most freedoms, only when they are denied will you discover what you have lost. So people will, once they acclimate themselves or acquiesce to this system, they'll understand that they've lost all free will and control over their own lives. Now, there's one religious institution that I can see that has a philosophical viewpoint that would push people toward that, and that is the Christian church behind the prosperity movement.
So it says that the prosperity movement was actually, they calculated this to put this in place knowing that the biggest opposition would be through the churches. So what they did, so they used the prosperity movement to take away their greatest opposition. Go ahead.
When it comes to the idea of the rapture, and that Jesus will come and rapture us out of the world for 7 years while the tribulation of the mark of the beast occurs, when let's say if I'm a Christian in a regular old Baptist church, I'm never going to think that this is the mark of the beast because Jesus hasn't come and raptured me away. Through the prosperity movement, I'm going to think that God isn't blessing me unless I'm getting paid. They've tied your blessing to your bank account. So I'm going to give to the church in order to receive a blessing. And if I'm not getting money, I'm not getting a blessing from God. So I got to work and hustle as hard as I can in the spirit so that God can bless me through money. And what does the scripture say? I wanted to get one scripture. It's 1 Timothy 6:3. It says, if any man teach otherwise and consent not to wholesome words, even the words of our Lord Yeshua Christ, and to the doctrine which is according to godliness, he is proud, knowing nothing but doting about questions and strifes of words, whereof cometh envy, strife, railings, evil surmisings, perverse disputings of men of corrupt minds, and destitute of the truth, supposing that gain is godliness. From such withdraw thyself. But godliness with contentment is great gain. For we brought nothing into this world, and it is certain we can carry nothing out. And having food and raiment, let us be therewith content. The prosperity movement is a farce. And it's going to lead people to the mark of the beast and having their names taken out of the book of life.
Man, it's deep that you're bringing this out because I'm looking at it and it's like they are pushing the beast system on believers. And the Most High tell you his people are like sheep. And if someone had to point out one of the most devilish satanic disciples of our modern time, I would have to first go to Billy Graham, may he burn in hell, with some extra hotness.
Are you afraid, honey? Well, why don't you come with me? All right. I'll sing you a song till your mom comes back. God is in his holy temple.
But he's the one through this evangelistic garbage began to bring in the prosperity. And then his satanic spawn, Kenneth Copeland, was the greatest false prophet under Satan in our modern time, who directly affected the black churches. He's the spiritual father of Creative Flow of Dollars and others, where they changed the ministry from holiness to greediness, to money. And all the pimps, they left the corners and got themselves a church.
All right, watch this. I tell you why I hadn't come in. You ain't giving the blessing nothing to work with.
What?
You ain't giving the blessing nothing to multiply.
What?
You sitting up here talking about, oh Lord, I need $100,000. Hey, by next week, I felt 50,000, right? Hey, that go 30. Shut up, 20. That ain't how it happened. That's not how it's happening. You're not giving the blessing anything to multiply. You're just gonna take the involvement of money so it can be multiplied. It's not gonna happen. It's not. Listen, I hate to disappoint you, but listen, folks, everything else is a fantasy. It's not falling out of heaven. God's not raining money out of heaven. It's not gonna happen. You're gonna have to get involved with your money.
What?
You're gonna have to get involved with your money. We run around the front and we do all kinds of little ballet stuff. Woo! Praise you, Lord. Woo! Woo! And then I say, you got to get some money. Instead of feeling like, well, bless God, I tell you what, every time I look around, they talking about money. Well, as soon as you get some, we don't have to talk about it no more. Somebody said, oh, I didn't come here because I want to hear about money. I came here because I need some peace. Well, honey, you need some money or you ain't gonna never know no peace. So tonight, I want to talk to you about the relationship between money and peace. Because I've heard people say, it's not about money, it's about peace, and it's about joy, and it's about love. It's about money. I'm already wealthy. I'm loaded. I got more than enough. I'm a blessed man. I didn't come here to get something from you. I didn't ride here on Delta. I rode here on my own airplane. You understand what I'm saying?
I'll be out walk on this money. Woo! 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 Get some anointing. You put something up here. Woo! Put this anointing on it. Or put this anointing on it. I tell you what, you put something up here. I'm put this anointing on this money, man. Woo! 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 Get some anointing. You put something up here.
And now, let me tell you, as a result of that, now you have people out there questioning all over the place whether or not tithing is lawful. Not being able to decipher or discern between someone getting tithes and a thief.
Let me ask you a question, Elder. They say in the Christian church that the law is done away with, and Creflo Dollar has even gone as far as to say to his congregation that we don't need the Big Ten. The 10 Commandments are done away with, but they will uphold the law of tithing.
Thank you. Okay, the law is done away with. Okay, the tithing was in the law, but you know what they'll say? You know what they say? Well, that was in Abraham. So now they want to go into Abraham, but not go into the laws that Abraham followed. But that's a whole other conversation in itself. You understand? Let me tell you, the whole thing is tithing have nothing to do with how the pastors are shaking people down right now. Because you think people are just giving 10%? People are turning over properties and all that to these crooks. It have nothing to do with the laws are good if they're followed accordingly, as given to Moses and through the Most High. Okay, but that's a topic within itself that we'll handle later. But all in all, I'm gonna tell you this right now. It was Kenneth Copeland, a Jesuit, a Satan's dark knight who came and began to come amongst the black churches to get in, to initiate or to recruit impressionable, strong speakers into that satanic doctrine called the prosperity doctrine. Okay, the lottery ticket doctrine. Okay, if you sow a seed, you're getting yourself a spiritual lottery ticket. All this garbage they teach it. And there's one dude, I don't know if you've seen this, Nadar, Creflo Dollar and another guy running on money. I want money. You seen that one?
I haven't seen that.
They was only, give me money, give on. Anoint me in money. You ain't see that? They just running this over the stage. Oh, anoint me. And these dude running, fools. Okay, but that's the whole thing. Now, if money become the only topic and getting the most you can get out of this world becomes the key topic in your particular church, and no preparation for the kingdom, what will stop you from getting the mark of the beast? If it means you lose your blessings, which is your house and the lifestyle you've acquired in Satan's world.
It's a genius plan.
Exactly. Jehovah's Witnesses. We even got Israelites saying that, listen, the mark of the beast is not spiritual. I mean, it's not physical, it's spiritual. So that means they're going to be out getting the mark of the beast. You understand? Those who, I'm going to tell you, and the love of money is the root of all evil.
Yes, sir.
Now, money is a defense, but if you're doing everything strictly off of gain, guess what? You are a key candidate for the mark, and you will receive it. When it comes down to, okay, you and your family, I don't care if you have a newborn, get out on the street. I don't care how cold it is, because Christ even said, pray that your flight be not in the winter, neither on the Sabbath day. It'll be cold outside, and they'll be like, well, listen, hey, we're not forcing you to do this, but you didn't pay the rent. Okay, and you can only pay the rent if you get the mark. Your welfare and your social programs have already been set up so that you can go down there privately and do it. Just go and get the mark, and you can stay in your house, and your children will live through the winter. Hey, folks, you know your pastor going to tell you, you think Jesus would want your child on the street and suffering and die on the streets? Christ says there's a reward for those who die while rejecting the mark of the beast. Have you read Revelations 20?
Do you mind if I get a scripture on that real quick?
Come on.
It's 2nd Ezra 16 and 70. It says, for there shall be in every place and in the next cities a great insurrection upon those that fear the Lord. Mm-hmm. They shall be like madmen, sparing none, but still spoiling and destroying those that fear the Lord. For they shall waste and take away their goods and cast them out of their houses. Then shall they be known who are my chosen, and they shall be tried as the gold in the fire. Mm-hmm. So when we lose everything for not taking the mark, that's a blessing. That's a good thing.
Exactly.
And people are going to think, oh, I need to hold on to my house. I need to hold on to my car. You know, these rich ball players and athletes, they're going to think, well, I'm not going to be able to keep my pretty girlfriend if I'm not a millionaire anymore.
Come on in, you broke. See how I'm living. What you're stepping on is a marble foil.
And they're going to sell out their whole soul and lose their spot in the book of life just to maintain their riches.
That's deep in itself. That's man. We're here. Well, I got a few more calls. Do you mind if we go into a little overtime, at least 15 minutes overtime, Nadar? Do you have the time for that?
Whatever you need, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. I mean, what a informative broadcast, and this is something, you know what, I'm going to have to start talking to the elders and deacons throughout the earth and bring them on, because man, a lot of brothers and sisters don't know there's a lot of key info that's amongst this church, right? And some, you know, hey man, and you're living in Silicon Valley, who better than to talk about this mark of the beast system and what they're about to implement? But I want to play two adverts real quick, and then we will come right back. I see Gocc. I'm bringing Gocc in a couple of seconds. I know he would like to say something. Let's see here.
Are you tired of harmful chemicals in your toothpaste, such as sodium lauryl sulfate, tricolsan, fluoride, hydrated silica, sugar, preservatives, and more? Well, Exodus is the #1 company in making herbal tooth powder. This revolutionary herbal gum and tooth powder is the only herbal tooth powder with immediate effect within 3 days. It tightens the gum, whitens the teeth, counteracts the side effects of chemotherapy burning in the gum tissue, rid the mouth of conquer sores, reduces bleeding in the gum, freshens the breath, and restore the gum tissue to health. Exodus, the #1 company in making herbal tooth powder. ExodusGunpowder.com. For more herbal products, visit us at ExodusGunpowder.com.
Okay. And I got one more here. One moment.
Shalom. Not techie enough? Call us at 678-879-5774. Here at InfoTechie, we offer web design, networking, custom logos and banners, SEO, PC and laptop repair, and security integrity analyzing. Affordable service, 15 years experience, residential and small businesses welcome, locally based in New Orleans region. Please call us at 678-879-5774, or you may email us at infotechie.it@gmail.com. That's infoteke.it@gmail.com to schedule your appointment today. Kwam Yasharella.
Kwam Yashala now. Kwam Yashala. All right. We're going to be Kwam Yashala and all the way to the kingdom of heaven. I'll tell you this right now. All right, Gocc. Let me bring you in, Gocc. We're bringing Elder Gocc from the Caribbean. Hey, man.
Hey, shalom.
I'm blessed by the best. Talk to me.
Man, I just came into the show late, man. I'm just listening in and just, enjoying it, man. Some key information coming out here, and for the listeners who don't know, they should go and check out countries right now that are actually going cashless. You can see Sweden is almost cashless. Australia moving into it. Belgium is going into it as well, and it's right there. And with all the craziness going on with Babylon and the president, when it tells you in Revelation 17, let me see if I can find it here. Right, Revelation 17 and 16, when it says here, and the 10 horns which thou sawest upon the beast, these shall hate the whore, and shall make her desolate and naked, and shall eat her flesh, and shall burn her with fire. And that's where we are right now, where they're looking to burn the whore. So power goes back to the beast. So Europe, the 10 horns is saddling up right now to go cashless, to go into a society where there is no cash, and to make war with the coming of the Messiah. It says here in the same book of Revelation, in the same book of Revelation, when you jump up back to the 14th verse, it says, "These shall make war with the Lamb, and the Lamb shall overcome them." So that's what they're starting up to do right now, is to go to war with the Lamb and his people. So listening to this broadcast right now, it's timely. You understand me? This is where we're at right now, where they're looking to shut it down. Another precept, if you don't mind me. Can you hear me clearly, right?
I hear you loud and clear. Keep it coming. I got Balas coming up next with it. Come on.
The book of 2 Corinthians, the 8th chapter, the 9th verse. For you know that the grace of our Lord Yeshua Christ, that though he was rich, yet for your sakes he became poor, that through his poverty you might be rich. So, if anybody could have get paid off for the gospel, if anybody could have taught a prosperity doctrine, if anybody then could have get rich off of it, it would have been the disciples and the Christ. It wasn't about that. It was about the people. It was about edifying the people, uplifting them. It was about repenting. It was about coming back to the truth. gaining back that identity. I was just watching a lesson with you before, Elder, and I think it was at the Passover when you said that, you know, this church, we're not going to operate in the spirit of fear. And as much as all this information is coming out, brothers and sisters should remember that listen, the Most High never gave us a spirit of fear. This information isn't for you to be afraid and start to panic and going on YouTube or going online and linking in with crazy people. No, this is time for you to be sound. It's time for you to get up with the church, get up with the elders of the church. All right, come together, wake up the lost sheep, and let us prepare for this final exodus. And I yield with that, Elder.
Thank you, brother. Great point. And speaking of that, I said I was going to speak on, there's something going on the internet where some people over in Israel, a remnant from that hot mess that was Ben Ami migration, are now over in Israel after that thing done died out with Ben Ami claiming he was the so-called Messiah and all types of hot mess over there. Everybody that come out of that never come out and just bring forth any understanding when it comes to the gospel of Christ and bringing people back under the Most High in Christ. So now they got an initiative in which they're trying to gather some people to go back into Israel for a holy day, when that thing is about to be blown to hell and back, according to prophecy. Do not follow these people. These are the same people that originally went with Ben Ami, and then they get a band of outcasts from all over the place to try to have an initiative to petition the world courts to give them some property in Israel. Brothers and sisters, whoever go amongst these people that are doing this, belong with them. The 6 million didn't happen during the 40s as far as the destruction. It didn't happen with Hitler, folks. The 6 million that's going to actually die was a prophetic number that will happen in Israel once the bomb is dropped there when they strike Iran. Anybody follow these brothers over there into the Middle East belong there with them in Israel. Okay? So, like Gocc was saying, don't deal with the spirit of fear. Nowhere in the scriptures that says that we're going to petition the devil at the very end to get some homeland. Where's your faith in Christ who's going to bring us the kingdom? So don't go nowhere with some Negroes in the Middle East talking about come with us so that we can get some land because they know where Jerusalem is. Christ is going to be Jerusalem. Not a Negro, walking amongst rubble. Okay? What you have to say?
Just to add to that.
Yeah.
Just on that, Elder, like, okay, the white man's the devil. Okay, Esau, how can you expect Esau to go give you something righteous right now? I don't get that. And the thing about these same brothers that you're referring to, my elder, these same brothers are coming against even this church.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah. See, but the people that need to devise. But their target are impressionable people that they're actually targeting a certain demographic of believers and people who really don't understand. Anybody with any level of any spiritual intelligence concerning prophecies wouldn't follow some Negroes to a bunch of rubble talking about they found Jerusalem. And then what is their answer? Their answer is not Christ. Their answer is, let's petition the Jewish people to give us some land. So it's some guy over there trying to get land and trying to use people, Israelites, our people, to come help him. So it's a political movement to get numbers under his objective. It's a hot, stinking pile of mess that will soon be dealt with after Israel strike Iran. Anybody go over there, they're going to be beat to powder when those missiles come over there. Talking about you ain't supposed to follow the Passover where you are. When the Bible says you're supposed to do the Passover in all your dwellings. So they're only targeting brothers and sisters that have no sense concerning prophecy and scripture. They're talking about you can't follow the Passover unless you're in Jerusalem. The Bible says do it in all your dwellings. What type of hot mess is that? So brothers and sisters, beware of this agenda that's out there. They sit there with a stick, holding some sticks on rocks, just sitting there talking about what they're going to do and what they're going to petition and all that and come to Israel. We're calling all people. No, thank you. These are the same, the guy that's leading that garbage was under Ben Ami, and Ben Ami claimed that he was the Messiah. So let's kill that right now. Whoever go there belong there, okay? Now, real quick, let's give it back to you, Nadar. Guys, you can stay in here with us. Anything you have to say, Nadar, before I bring in the rest of the calls here? We have about 9 minutes before overtime.
No, let's go ahead and, if you don't mind, go to the calls to see what the people have to say.
Okay, great. All right, Balaz, let me bring you in.
Shalom, elders. What's up? Elder Rickon.
Yes, sir.
It's interesting you bringing this part out. Because remember I sent you those scriptures, like, I don't know, less than a week ago. And I just want to go over real quick because it's in direct connection with the market. And I saw another angel ascending from the east, having the seal of the living God, and cried with a loud voice to the four angels, to whom it was given to hurt the earth and the sea, saying, hurt not the earth, neither the sea nor the trees, till we have sealed the servants of our God in their foreheads.
Yeah.
Now, it's interesting because when you go to chapter 15 and 1, right, there's the connection between 144,000 and the mark of the beast. Revelation 15 and 1. And I saw another sign in heaven, great and marvelous, 7 angels having the 7 last plagues, for in them is sealed up with the wrath of the Most High. So when the plagues come, let's jump to 16, because this is what's happening. And I saw a great voice, and I heard a great voice out of the temple saying to the 7 angels, go your ways and pour out the vials of the wrath of God upon the earth. The first went out and poured out his veil upon the earth, and there fell a noisome and grievous sore upon the men which had the mark of the beast, and upon them which worshipped the image. So we know the plagues, the beginning of the plagues is one of this is what's going to happen, is that the plague is going to touch those that got the mark of the beast. But this is after the seal of the 144,000. Those 7 angels are going to go out amongst the earth and just start pouring out those veils, and whoo, man. That's what I wanted to share, just that they, go ahead.
No, it's deep because when you talk about the grievous sore, they gave an example of someone who had the RFID, and through time there was like this there was like this nasty infection that was under the skin. I'm going to go into that at a later date, but that grievous sore is linking directly to the place in which they will actually have the mark of the beast or the chip inserted. Okay, but some great points. Thank you, Balas. I wanted to make sure. Okay, anything else before I go to the next call?
And I'm having a report that there is a report from the nursing sector, is that there is some type of boil that's beginning to grow on people, huge boils, and when you pop them, they're making a sound, a hissing sound as if you pop in a balloon, but it goes out slowly.
Man,
so this could be some type of connection that it may already be in effect.
Well, I don't know about all that. I don't know about the popping sore. You got to send me some information on that one. I'm not going to indirectly link that to the mark of the beast. All right, we're going to keep this thing under the skin. And, buy or sell type deal. All right, I'm going to put you on hold. All right.
Gotcha.
All right, my brother.
Yep.
All right, we're going to go down the call. We're going to give you a minute per call. And we're going to turn it back over as we conclude this particular broadcast. We have to have more like this. I have to bring in other elders, and I have to bring you in more in the dark, some very key information tonight. So let's see. We have Sister Georgia. 404 area code, then Marquise 585. Let's go down the line. Sister Georgia. Shalom. Okay, Sister Georgia. We're going to have to go to the next call. If you're not on.
You hear me?
Okay, I hear you now, Sister Georgia. Come on.
Okay, yeah, my name is Sister Anita. I'm from the Georgia Body, and I just wanted to comment on what you were speaking of in Revelation.
Okay.
Yes, what you were speaking of, like the brain is like a computer itself, doing the receptors in it, and they send out signals, so it's a big connection. And I'm thinking of a video I watched some years back of how there's a connection between the mark of the beast and it supposedly had a benefit. And they had a seminar, and someone threw up a camera into a private meeting at the time. And this guy had mentioned that it's supposed to cut off what they know to be called the God gene, which basically causes you to give over your free will and be completely controlled, which made me think of the Matrix, like how when one agent died, another person just kind of took over in their place. So that breakdown in Revelation makes a lot of sense. And then another thing you hit on, was what would cause pastors to allow or encourage the people of their churches to accept the mark of the beast. Now, this is another thing they hit on in that meeting or that video was that it has benefits. They're saying that it would be able to connect with the wavelengths in the brain to the receptors to cure things like autism. So that might be another big factor. For some people who may not care about the financial part, the benefits that they think will come with it, I think that could cause a lot of people to be swayed as well. I just want to share that.
Well, thank you, sister. Good points. And you know what? I'm totally impressed with the insight and understanding a lot of brothers and sisters have out there. I mean, I'm totally impressed. I mean, brothers and sisters are on it. I'll tell you that right now. And I'll tell you this, not just brothers. While I was in Georgia last week, I noticed that the majority of men that was in there, some of the men were actually against the word. It was their wives who were following the church online that eventually relayed the information to their husbands. And now through that, we have strong men who are about to deal with some serious leadership under us in Georgia. And it was the women who was dealing with it, and the men were really opposed to things. So for brothers to say a woman is not to teach, of course, she can't be in a position of teaching, but they're teaching in their own way. A lot of brothers have come to this truth because of the women, you know, out there who've been following the truth, and we would like to say thank you. Never stop. Endure. He'll come around. We got about 90 seconds, 60 seconds before overtime, and then what we'll do is we'll go down the call, a minute per call, and then after that we'll wish you all Godspeed, and we'll have the elders give the last word. Okay, 60 seconds, all right. Okay, real quick, we have Marquise from North Carolina and Brother James from the DMV, all right. They're next in line, okay. All right, let's see here. All right, Marquise, North Kakalaki, North Carolina. Marquise, how are you?
Shalom, Elder. I'm fine. How are you?
I'm doing well. Time's yours.
10 seconds.
Yeah, you guys touched on a lot today. All praise be to the Most High. I just wanted to
Hold on, Marquise. One second. Let me let this end real quick because overtime begins. All right, go on.
Yeah. I just wanted to touch on, the covetousness of, Satan and how he plans on using the mark of the beast system to implement, to come to our families that are in Christianity with this prosperity doctrine. I've also experienced a lot of my family are in the Christian church and baptism and the Baptist church. And they've also succumbed to this theory of, the rapture doctrine, which is also false. and a lot of things I'm aware that they haven't received yet at this moment. But Satan is the God of contentiousness, because even in Matthew chapter 4, he tempted Christ and showed him all these kingdoms, and Christ, of course, knew where he was going to be. And using that same ploy even today in modern Babylon, using the same devices, making men succumb to their own will, so to say, and not the Most High's will, which is, very deep and prominent. And also, I just had a question for Adar. I know he lives in California. I heard the Bible was canceled in China, and they also just started to ban it in California, if I'm not correct. I would like more information if you had something to add on that.
Yeah, I've heard about that. I haven't seen anything to the idea of it being put into effect. My opinion of it is that it's just right-wing rhetoric. If they feel like, because California is a very liberal state, and they probably feel like, well, if they're trying to take our guns away in California, we're not going to let them take away our Jesus. So they're trying to do little things here and there to try to drum up sort of their constituency to stop them from bringing past laws to get rid of guns. They're tying the Bible to guns.
All right, Travis, talk to me about this bill. This is essentially criminalizing religious beliefs, and I don't mean to speak in hyperbole here, but if this bill were to pass, would this prohibit the sale of the Bible that teaches these things about sexual morality?
Well, literally, according to how this law is written, yes, it would. This is, PC culture, politically correct culture, gone horribly awry. This is really directly hitting at our First Amendment rights as American citizens. Now the Democrat legislators in this building right behind me, the California State Legislature, they want to tell you how to think, what sort of books that you can read, write, and purchase. It is completely wrong. It is absolutely against our First Amendment rights. And I, for one, will be a vocal opponent against this if it ever hits the assembly floor.
Right. I mean, some of the phrasing here, I read it in the introduction. I want to read it again. They say this includes efforts to change behaviors. I mean, that is the role of parents, to guide their children's behaviors. If they are not allowed to guide their children's behaviors with their religious beliefs, then what rights do parents even have in the state of California?
Which is exactly right. I mean, this is what the Democrats are trying to do in California. This is how bad it's gotten, how far away the California Democrat Party's actually gotten away from even just normal Democrats here in the state of California. They want to tell people how to think, what sort of books they can read, what books they can't read. Remember, this country is founded upon the freedom of expression, and now the California Democrats want to take even that away.
So I personally don't believe it, personally.
Yeah.
I think it's just propaganda.
Yeah, it's just propaganda. They're not really banning anything, but what they're doing is just as effective. They don't have to ban, because it's really about us voluntarily putting the Most High down.
Yeah.
See, that's the only way it's effective. If we choose to put it down, if you're forced to put it down, then you understand that would actually, believe it or not, work in the contrary, because we like to rebel against force. That's just a natural thing that's within us. If they're telling us not to do it, then it must be something in it that's valuable. You understand? So they're not going to ever say, do not read the Bible, but they're doing it cunningly in other ways, by trying to discredit things or throwing things out there to make you think there's contradictions or whatever the case might be. But the choice will always be ours. Okay? I mean, they're doing a good enough job already of not having people respect the Bible. With science and all these other things that are out there that's adverse to the truth, they don't need to say ban the Bible. I mean, look how many Bibles have already been banned in the churches already without being banned. The NIV is not the Bible. The Bibles are already out of the churches. So they don't have to ban anything. The NIV is not the Bible. All right? All right, let's get a few more. I mean, what a good discussion. And thanks again, Nadar, taking out some time for us this evening. We have to do a lot. We have to do more of this.
All praises to the Most High.
Okay. Brother James from the DMV.
Hello, Elder.
Shalom, how are you?
Hello. All right, pretty good. Elder, you know, I was talking to some of the other brothers in church, and we had a little side discussion, and we were talking about how we are really acclimated into the beast. Through the chemtrailing, we are filling our bodies up with metal, strontium, barium, aluminum, and other metals. So when we have the cell phones on our bodies, we're hardwired. The technology is there. As well as those who receive the chip, you're basically a big antenna at that point.
Exactly. So what you're saying in a nutshell is that all the metals they're putting into our bodies now will merge. The overall plan is to have us merge with this chip that will be linked directly with the metals that's in our bodies. So it's like they're turning everyone into Terminator.
Rotate the two locking cylinders counterclockwise. Do it. Now open the port cover. Pull to break the seal. Good. Now remove the shock damping assembly. You can now access the CPU. Do you see it?
Yes.
Hold the CPU by its base tab. Pull.
Oh, man.
They're basically hardwiring us.
Exactly. And if you don't believe they're turning you into Terminator, folks, look online where they're using, they have mice that's chipped, how they're actually able to control the emotions and make the mouse aggressive and fight against other mice. And it's the same thing with a bull. They was able to make the bull charge, or they were able to stop the bull from charging. They can make them docile or use it to kill.
Exactly.
Those are some good points, and it's deep.
Yeah.
But we're dealing with a mad scientist. That's who Satan is. When you see these pictures where they have this bad guy, since a child I used to wonder what's up with these cartoons with these bad guys underground in these layers under caves saying they're going to destroy the earth. That's Satan. He's always coming up with a new plan to blow up the earth or kill the earth. That's Satan. Austin Powers is the devil.
The Russian Republic from Pakistan is about to transfer a nuclear warhead to the United Nations in a few days. Here's the plan. We get the warhead and we hold the world ransom for $1 million.
Don't you think we should maybe ask for more than $1 million? $1 million isn't exactly a lot of money these days. Virtucon alone makes over $9 billion a year.
Really? Mm-hmm. It's a lot. Okay then. We hold the world ransom for $100 billion.
Let's come on. And then, Nadar, what's the guy that was in Austin Powers?
Dr. Evil.
Gentlemen, listen up, y'all. Here's the new plan. You're gonna start a riot, and we're gonna walk out the front door.
Dr. Evil! evil. That's the devil. All right, man, go on.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, also with the technology, remember with these devices, these smartphones, they send out algorithms, tones throughout the air, or Wi-Fi. We have to figure out a way to detoxify ourselves from these metals. I think that's going to be very important. Because even if you don't receive the chip, if you have the technology with you, you're still vulnerable.
Well, check this out, brother. On that point, James, I know a sister who worked for, not a sister, she's not a sister, she's a woman, a white woman, who was a high scientist over in England for Merck. She had to actually leave the island because she was exposing what they were doing with the pharmaceuticals against black people. So she had to leave and go to an island. Now check this out. The reason, it wasn't just because she liked black people. She realized that something was going on with her. She came down with what they call a disease that's called Magellan, where the wires, metal and all that is actually being fused in her skin. And if you're over hypersensitive as far as your immunity goes, it'll look like wires growing in your skin, and it's actual real wiring that grows and making it where you're fused like a robot.
Yes, me. Me too.
It's called Magellan. Look it up. She had this and realized it was a direct result of the chemtrails. Some people are more sensitive than others. Sometimes it just goes into your body and no one will recognize the metals are there. Some people are ultra sensitive where it'll actually fuse and have wires and it coming out of their back. It look like little wire things you can pull out of them, the metals. Anyway, she, like an android, she actually went into how to detoxify herself, right? And helping others do it too. Right? And she broke down, listen, check out some things she broke down, Ladar, to us. She says, listen, the majority of scientists are not that smart. When you look into a microscope, when your blood know that light is shining on it, it tells the doctors what's wrong with you because light is shining on it. She says if someone has a heart problem and you let me put you on hold real quick, there's a lot of noise there. If someone has a heart problem and you put a drop of blood under a microscope, like a specimen right there, if the light shine on it and you have a heart problem, the blood will turn and shape like a heart. If it's a liver, it'll shape like a liver. She says all scientists know this, that blood is alive, and when light is shining on it, if something is wrong with the blood, the body of that person, the blood will tell you what part of the body needs fixing. Now check that out, Ladar. She worked for Merck. I met her.
That's crazy. And the thing that is so crazy is blood is a commodity today.
Yeah.
Most people that work in corporations, man, like the place that I used to work, like they had that blood van coming around like every 2 months taking people's blood.
Not taking mine. When I was working for the corporation, when I was working for, in corporate, every other day you would see, you get your flu shot? I'm like, no, I'm good. As a matter of fact, I'm calling out tomorrow because I know there's going to be some sick people around here. And
everybody that gets the flu shot gets sick.
Gets sick.
Gets the flu.
They become carriers. Okay? You're diseased with getting these shots. Okay? That's number one. Number two, we were mentioning, what were we talking about there? I lost my thought when I started talking about the shots there.
You were talking about the woman and the blood.
No, the blood. Yeah, then they want talking about the blood drive, right? And they got cookies and juice down there talking about you want to give up your blood. Okay? No. Okay? And and I know children look at this, so I'm not going to say, I would start it with Hades. Hades, no. Okay? Every time you look, they're trying to prick you and trying to get some blood from you. Next thing you know, you walk down the street, another you looking at you. Listen.
And you know what they do with that blood?
Yeah, go on.
There's a case that's in the news right now. There's a guy named what's his name? It's Joseph James D'Angelo. He's 72 years old. He lives in the Bay Area in California. He's a former police officer, and he was charged with 12 murders and 45 rapes and over 150 home invasions back in the late 70s. You know how they caught this guy?
How?
One of his family members submitted their DNA to like Ancestry.com or something like that.
Charges for 2 murders in 1978. He was barely audible answering the judge. Investigators found D'Angelo using DNA from crime scenes decades ago, which they submitted to a publicly shared genealogy website called GEDmatch. Cold case investigator Paul Holes.
We were able to do this without seeking the legal authority in terms of getting the federal grand jury subpoena or the search warrant that we would need if we wanted to search the other types of genealogy sites.
GEDmatch users submit DNA profiles they buy from sites like Ancestry.com and 23andMe. They plug their data for free into GEDmatch, searching for distant relatives. Within days, investigators found distant cousins of the suspected Golden State Killer.
And AI picked up a match.
There it is. Because Ancestry.com doesn't have anything to do with Ancestry.
And apparently it's not supposed to have anything to do with the government.
Now, the whole thing is, let me tell you, Ancestry.com and all these so-called places where you go to find out who you were are really government covers. They're CIA covers and government covers to get what? To get specimen, to get blood, to get DNA. That's what it's all about. Now, over in the UK, they can pull you over and just take your DNA. They can't do that in the States because people have guns. So what they'll tell you is, well, find out who you were. Come to find out you 60 different people. You're more mixed up than before you went there. So you paid to get more confused because it's not about DNA or ancestry at all. It's all about you volunteering your DNAs for a data bank. Okay? And that's a whole another discussion. Do not give your blood. Sometimes you go to the hospital and what you're dealing with have nothing to do with them taking blood. And you got some woman want to come and take 5-6 vials. Listen. Okay, if you got to do some research, that's all good. Guess what? You better make it work with the little bit you get from that first tube. I tell them straight out. They start laughing at me. I'm like, listen. I'll tell them straight out. Listen, what you got there, you better stretch that out. You don't come back here for no more. Because what they want to do is get a little bit and just keep the thing up in your arm. Your arm feel like it's about to fall off. And they don't care a needle is up in you. And then they want to come every 5 seconds and get a few more. I'm like, no, I get 3, 4 in the morning. Now get out of here. If you ain't get it the first time, I ain't dealing with it. All right, let's go. We're digressing, right? Here it is. Artificial intelligence leading to the beast. Let's go. We have about 2-3 more calls, and then we're going to wish you all Godspeed soon. Brother Parah from Texas. Did I get Sister Jenny? Sister Jenny, South Carolina, 803.
Hi, Elder. How are you?
Blessed by the best. His name is Ahia.
Good. Elder, I'm predating myself. I'm originally from New York, and I remember in the 80s in New York, They told us that money was going to leave the system. Oh, we didn't want to hear that because, back in the day, you used to keep your knot in your pocket with a rubber band around it. You never thought money was going to leave your pocket.
Yeah.
And, I find myself now that I don't even have sometimes $1 in my pocket. I have to pull out my card to even buy a cup of coffee.
Interesting.
And I've seen the change over the years. It really came true, just what they told us.
Yeah.
Money is gone. I try to save my cell phone bill with Verizon. Verizon is not taking cash no more. So they pushing towards no more cash. I was like, I got the money right here. She was like, well, we can't take it. I'm like, you can't take cash? She was like, no, we don't take cash no more. And the stores are going to stop taking it. So we are heading towards a cash society. And over the years, I've been witness to it. But Elder, I wanted to say something to you. I have been having problems with my husband over the years, me being in this ministry. I've been with you, listening and going to church over about 10 years. And I've separated from my husband because of it. And I remember you gave me some wisdom one time, and you told me he didn't want me to worship on, through the Sabbath. He wanted me to go to church on Sunday. And I remember you told me I can worship on Saturday and go to church on Sunday because I don't worship. And Elder, I want to tell you something. And all the advice you gave me, it has worked out because me and my husband has reunited. And I mean, yesterday he was singing a song and he replaced Jesus with, and he put a high in the song. I like to fell on the floor. I couldn't even believe it.
Praise the Most High.
I like to fell on the floor because I thought I was hearing things. But Elder, I thank you for the wisdom for all the years telling me to hold on and just pray and just put it in the hands of light. And thank you because everything is great now. Thank you.
All praises, and thank you for persevering, sister. Okay.
Yes, thank you. Patience is great. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Shalom.
Shalom, Elder.
Ain't that something? All right, brother Parah, Texas. Shalom.
Can I now praise the Most High? Shalom. Shalom, elders.
Shalom, brother.
Yeah, I came in a little later. I came in a little late on the topic today. I was getting off from work. I got off a little later today. But all praise the Most High. Man, what a lesson. What a topic, all praise the Most High. This is a timely topic. Because, before I even get on the topic, you said, those people dealing with Ben Ami, they deserve to be there. Absolutely, because there's no way you can understand prophecy, understand this word as it is, and be there. And like you said, that's enough to be said with that. But
yeah, brother. But on that point, you got remnants of that evil that was there lurking with agendas outside of the Most High agendas. And the problem is what they're trying to do now is use the internet to call out to the impressionable, and the people who don't know any better, to make them believe that everybody else is wrong, that you're supposed to come to Israel and be up under a band of misfits that ain't dealing with anything right and organized according to the Most High in Scripture. When I say misfits, I'm talking about people who are out there not dealing with prophecies of the Most High, and what they're trying to do is leech off of every little area they could to get proselytes under them from people who are already under some level of guidance. When if they were out there teaching the gospel and spreading the word and baptizing and just doing the work of the Most High and not operating in that spirit, then whatever agendas, if it was aligned with the Most High's agenda, they wouldn't have to call out and ask people to come join whatever political scenario they're dealing with. You understand? If they were doing the work, the people would be doing the work, and they wouldn't have to say, come with us to do the Passover, or come with us to do that. Do the work. Don't try to now reach out to everyone else that's being guided, that's operating with the Most High for your own objectives outside of prophecy, and that's the issue.
Elder, you mind if I get a scripture on that?
Yes, read it.
It's Matthew 24:23. It says, "Then if any man shall say unto you, Lo, here is Christ, or there, believe it not. For there shall arise false Christs and false prophets, and shall show great signs and wonders, insomuch that if it were possible, they shall deceive the very elect. Behold, I have told you before. Wherefore, if they shall say unto you, Behold, he is in the desert, go not forth. Behold, he is in the secret chambers, believe it not. For as the lightning cometh out of the east, and shineth even unto the west, so shall also the coming of the Son of Man be."
Exactly. Do not go into Israel, and I don't care if they try to take a camera over a bunch of rocks and tell you that used to be Jerusalem. Okay? Don't fall for it. Okay?
It's going completely against prophecy.
Yeah. And this is the same guy that followed Ben Ami over there to that hot mess.
Yeshua is not there.
Yeah. Don't deal with that mess. And I'm not going to speak on it no more because that ain't even worth even talking about. They need to get baptized and go do some work and proselytize and bring people to the Lord and Savior instead of trying to get them amongst some rocks and bushes over in Jerusalem. Do you have anything else to say, bro? Well, what they claim is Jerusalem. Go ahead. I'm listening.
Okay. On the topic, are these actual institutions, these religious institutions, going to be implemented in the mark in that hour? Absolutely, 100%. I had a conversation with my old man who's a deacon in the Baptist institution, and I was raised in it. And thank the Most High, he pulled me out of that garbage, right? But I had my father. We had a conversation, and it was on the mark of the beast and the fact that no man will be able to buy or sell. Well, this rapture confusion has tied our people so much so that they can't see, prophecy right in front of them. I'm like, prophecy there's no such thing as no rapture. I'm bringing out how the destruction of Babylon is going to be prior, to Christ even coming, and he told me that I had it wrong. I'm not rightly dividing. That the scripture that says no man will be able to buy or sell, unless he had the mark of the beast. He said that wasn't meant theoretically. It wasn't meant literally. I'm sorry.
Okay.
And from right then, it was like, all I could do was pray for my brother.
Well, here's the response back to that. Well, okay, if it's not physically, but I don't know, metaphorically or whatever you might claim it is, does that mean when they bring the RFID chip to be inserted that you'll take it? That's my question. Okay, you're saying that's not it. Are you saying that if they do implement a chip that you'll take it? See, you have to make it where you take away all areas of ambiguity and get straight to it. So based on this conclusion, are you saying that you will take an RFID if the government offers it? So that's the question you need to ask them. All right? All right, lay in the bar. All right, going down the line, we only got a few more left. Brother Brian from Cali. Make it short and sweet.
Shalom, brother Dar and Gocc.
Shalom, how are you? Blessed by the best. His name is Ahai.
You guys pretty much covered a lot of the stuff I was going over every time. You sure you're not in healthcare? You're a very knowledgeable brother. I just wanted to bring forth that during this Sabbath, this week coming up, I'm going to be bringing the vaccine forms, the affidavits, and giving them to the members that they can refuse to get vaccinated to have their children be able to go to school, and they can't refuse that.
Good.
And I'm also going to be giving them a little briefing on formaldehyde, mercury derivatives, and all, albumin salts and antibiotics and all the side effects on what it does. And another thing, when you were speaking on the drawing the blood, you were right about that. They come up twice in an 8-hour shift that I work in ER, and they draw blood. They come down from from upstairs on the floor down from the ER and draw 3 and 4 vials. I don't know if you knew, but each vial is $1,500 for each vial that they draw. So it's obviously a big time money thing. And lastly, I just wanted to say about the flu part. All the healthcare workers who do not get a flu vaccine, we are required to wear a mask. I didn't get a flu shot, of course, and I don't wear a mask. So they just assume that I automatically got it and I never get sick.
Hey, listen. Listen, if I was working there, I would go to Home Depot and get one of those complete paint suits. I'll come up in there with one of those with a hood and everything and goggles with a mask, and perform my duties. Let me tell you.
Why would you do that?
To make a point, I'm willing to take it all the way. You want me to wear a mask? That's okay. Check this out.
I can see.
I really appreciate it. Bless you.
Brother, thank you.
All right. Shalom.
Shalom. All right. Someone says formaldehyde is good. Come on, eat it up. It's organic. Yeah, of course they're being facetious, but they got formaldehyde, cow pus, pig excretion, all types of unlawful. I wouldn't be surprised if they had Satan's blood up in those vaccines. What else we got? We have 216 Nephilim blood, the pus of Nephilim. 216 area code. Come on, let's go down. Let's wind down. Shalom, you're live on Blog Talk. Okay. All right. Deacon Nasi from California. Shalom.
Hey, shalom, elders. Shalom, elders, and Elder Nazar and Elder Carr.
Shalom.
I just want to say, two things. Well, the first one real quick is just that there is no law in California about the Bible. They're just talking about, it's in the legislature right now, and there's a guy that's trying to push that it might be illegal eventually one day to sell Bibles based on the talk of, that we don't accept effeminate men, and it's against the Most High's law. So they're saying that we have to change with the day. The Bible's outdated, and it's time for us to change our beliefs with the modern day beliefs. So, and we know that's never going to happen. Number two, I wanted to say, I know from what I could see going on, you said you were going to say at the end about when the mark of the beast is going to be implemented, and I kind of know, just by seeing a lot of things, that once the monetary, the dollar is worthless, I think soon after that, it could be days, it could be weeks, it might be months, but that's when the mark of the beast will be implemented in the United States. That's my opinion.
Well, thank you, brother. Thanks for your opinion. Thanks for chiming in. Well, I'll tell you this, and those are some good points you brought forth, because I said I was going to revisit that particular question at the end of this, and we're near the end. They cannot fully implement the mark of the beast right now because America is a place in which almost every other person has a gun. Okay, so a catastrophe of biblical proportions must happen first, that will then be, as a result, lead the people into volunteering of everything for protection and safety, like Nadar was mentioning. So once they strike Iran and those missiles begin to hit the coast of America, that at that time is when it's going to be all bets off. And everyone is going to be a police state a government police state, military, martial law from coast to coast. And at that point, that's America disarmed. The last line of defense when it comes to what they call freedom is gone. Then they're going to implement the mark of the beast. But right now, it's too many people. You have what you would call almost a de facto army going on with so many people that you don't want to unite with guns. So what's going to happen is the hit must come first. Once the hit comes, and then America is broken into three pieces where all the levees are broke down and the waters flow through, and now it's in three parts now. That's when the people will readily give up their rights for protection or safety, especially when a few bombs go off. So it's not going to be until after all that go down that the mark of the beast will be fully implemented. But hey, they're going to have cash cash is almost obsolete already. It's then having a mark that will tell the government whether you're with them or with the terrorist. Remember that?
Every nation in every region now has a decision to make. Either you are with us or you are with the terrorists.
Well, that can only happen through warfare. So it's going to take something going on within America, a terrorist act, or something greater than that, of biblical proportions, for them to actually enforce it. But it will be enforced from on the outside of America. America has already given up all power. Okay? All legislation and guidance over America is coming from over Europe. America is a corporation that's being controlled from the outside of it. So ultimately, they must disarm America, and that's going to happen, with the next, drumming up to this war over in Iran. Once they strike Iran is going to strike Israel. That's why we tell them, brothers, don't listen to what these brothers are saying over there and go over Israel. Or listen to no sister or brother telling you to go to Israel. Okay? We're not going to fulfill no prophecies ourselves outside of our Savior. We're not trying to get the homeland of Israel without our King leading us into Israel. Period. Okay? There's no self-fulfilling prophecies like Ben Ami tried to do. Okay? You're not to go within those borders until Christ returns. Or you can do it if you want. It's on you. It's your passport. It's your money. Go follow them if you would like. Okay? But the war going to hit there, and it's coming to Babylon like it's written of in the book of Esdras. And once that happens, they'll easily be able to implement the mark of the beast. The beacon of light is gone. The glory of Babylon will be gone. And at that time, they'll be able to implement whatever they would like from Europe. With that, we're going to give some of you the last words here. Elder Nadar, anyone else? You can say what you have to say. Thank you for coming in. Thank you all for being a part of this broadcast. And what I pray that the Most High will allow this to go out and help brothers and sisters come to the knowledge of the truth, follow law, statutes, and commandments, and do what? Gather with those of like mind, because the Most High through the Holy Spirit is gathering the elect to the elect. And I would like to say, I'm Elder Ricard of the Gathering of Christ Church. Stay prayed up and sin not. Nadar, you have the last word, my brother, and thank you for coming on this evening.
Thank you. I just simply wanted to say thank you for having me on. It's been an honor to converse with you for these past few hours. I hope that everyone listening found it spiritually beneficial. And all praises to the Most High in Christ. Thank you again, sir.
All right now. Brothers and sisters, thank you all. Stay strong. And I'll see you in VA, Virginia this weekend. May the Most High be with you.
Rising like the wind blows. The wind blows. Yeah. Turning a new page. Yeah. To the afterlife. The afterlife. The afterlife. The afterlife. Gotta make changes. Changes. Amazing. Remember the patience. Remember the patience. Remember the patience. The payment. Remember they slaved us. Remember they caged us, maimed us, beat us and raped us. What are we doing here? What are we fighting for? In the blink of an eye, our angels are fighting for us. We won't rise up all by yourself. We'll ride out until the end. Can you imagine the candlelight day with you and I? Yeah, we can coincide. Yeah, we can coincide. You and I, my fruit and vine, to the end of days and the end of time. Hold tight, my young is crying. Better days in the afterlife. Afterlife. We got so many struggles round us. So many struggles round us. So we're rising. Rising like the wind blows. The wind blows. Be slaves, yeah. We're turning a new page, yeah. To the afterlife, the afterlife, the afterlife, the afterlife.
I do it for my kingdom, I do it for my king, I do it for my queen, and the things unseen. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood. You're Akiyim, you're my flesh and blood. Beefing over postcodes in the hood. There's not a new under this burning sun. I'ma wait right here till the son of man. Yo, wait right here till the son of man come. You demons, better hide and run. You can't hide from Christ. Mothers and babies crying, mothers and babies dying. Psalms of Solomon replying.
Why, oh, why, oh, why, oh, why, oh, why? What you did unto my people, yeah, you surely have to die.
Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. First should be last, the last should be first.
We got so many struggles round us. So many struggles round us. So we're rising. Rising like the wind blows. The wind blows. Be slaves, yeah. We're turning a new page, yeah. To the afterlife, the afterlife, the afterlife, the afterlife.
New page, new chapter. Hope pain fades, and we hear laughter. Cause it's a new hope and a new day, so let's switch up and go a new way. So don't get caught in your old ways, cause time is precious, so don't waste. When we walk in the valley of the shadow of death, you shall not perish, you'll conquer your death. Didn't you know that this walk is a test? Keep that in mind when you're taking your breath.
Gotta keep the fight in us. In a higher power we trust. Dedicated to this walk. Keep it daily in our thoughts. Trying to make it through the fire. We're reaching higher. We got so many struggles round us. So many struggles round us. So we're rising. Rising like the wind blows. The wind blows. Be slaves, yeah. We're turning a new page, yeah. To the afterlife, the afterlife, the afterlife, the afterlife. The afterlife, the afterlife.
If you don't come back to this book, check out what the Most High say you are by default. People say, well, I don't believe in the Bible. Well, by default, if you don't come back to this book, you will serve and you will serve. There is no future beyond this inept life, according to the Most High.